G'day, everyone. And all. I hope you're all having a lovely time. Get the last of our shouting at the void ready. Okay. All right. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Beg pardon. Hello and welcome back to Book Plays, our Lone Wolf Wednesday series. We are up to Book 14, The Captives of Kag. You are Grand Master Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Lords of Summerland and sole survivor of a massacre that wiped out the first order of your elite warrior caste. The year is MS 5075, and 25 years have passed since your brave kinsman perished at the hands of the Dark Lords of Helgadad, the champions of evil who were sent forth by Nah, the King of Darkness, to destroy the fertile world of Magnamond. They have themselves been destroyed. You vowed to avenge the murder of your kinsman, and you have kept your pledge. For it was you who brought about their downfall, when you alone infiltrated their foul domain and caused the destruction of their leader, the Archlord Gnag, in the seat of his power that was the infernal city of Helgedad. In the wake of their destruction, chaos befell the Darkland armies, who, until then, had been poised to conquer all of northern Magnamund. Some factions, which were part of this huge army, notably the barbaric Dracarim, began to fight with the others for control. The disorder quickly escalated into an all-out civil war, which allowed the Freeland armies of Magnamund time in which to recover and launch a counter-offensive. Skillfully, their commanders exploited the chaos and secured a swift and total victory over an enemy superior in numbers. For 5 years now, peace has reigned in Summerland. Under your direction, the once ruined monastery of the Kai has been thoroughly rebuilt and restored to its former glory. The task of teaching a second order of Kai warriors the skills and proud traditions of your ancestors is also now well underway. The new generation of recruits, all of whom were born during the era of war against the Dark Lords, possess latent Kai skills and show exceptional promise. These skills will be nurtured and honed to perfection during their time at the monastery, so they may teach and inspire future generations, thereby ensuing the continued security of your homeland in future years. Your attainment of the rank of Grand Master brought with it great rewards. Some, such as the restoration of the Kai and the undying gratitude of your fellow Summerlending, could have been anticipated. Yet there have also been rewards you could not have foreseen. The discovery that within you lay the potential to develop Kai disciplines beyond those of a Magna Kai, which until now were thought to be the ultimate that one could aspire to, was truly a revelation. Your discovery has inspired you to set out upon a new and previously unknown path in search of the wisdom and power that no Kai Lord before you has ever possessed. In the name of your creator, the god Kai, and for the greater glory of Summerland and the goddess Ashir, you have vowed to reach the very pinnacle of Kai perfection, to attain all of the Grand Master disciplines and become the first Kai Supreme Master. With diligence and determination, you set about the restoration of the Kai Monastery and organized the training of the Second Order recruits. Your efforts were rewarded, and within the space of 2 short years, the first raw recruits graduated to become a cadre of gifted Kai Masters who in turn were able to commence the teaching of their skills to the subsequent intakes of novices. Readily, the Masters rose to their newfound responsibilities, leaving you freer to devote more time to the pursuit and perfection of your Grand Master disciplines. During this period, you also received expert tutelage in the ways of magic from 2 of your most trusted friends, Guildmaster Bane, leader of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, and Lord Ramoa, speaker for the High Council of the Elder Mages of Desi. In the deepest subterranean level of the monastery, 100 feet below the Tower of the Sun, you ordered the excavation and construction of a special vault. In this magnificent chamber, wrought of granite and gold, you placed the 7 law stones of Nixator, the gems of Kai power that you had recovered during your quest for the Magna Kai. It was here, bathed in the golden light of those radiant gems, that you have spent countless hours in pursuit of perfection, sometimes alone, sometimes in the company of your 2 able advisors, Bane and Ramoa. You worked hard to develop your innate disciplines and grasped the fundamental secrets of left-handed and Old Kingdom magic. During this time, you noticed many remarkable changes taking place within your body. You became physically and mentally stronger, your senses sharpened again, and you stopped aging at the same rate. For every 5 years that elapse now, you age only 1. At this time, many changes were occurring beyond Summerland. To the northeast, Magador and the Makengorge, the Elder Mages of Desi, and the Herb Wardens of Bhutar were working together in an effort to restore the dusty volcanic wasteland to its former state. It was the first tentative steps towards the reclamation of all of the Darklands. However, their progress is painfully slow, and the parties were resigned to the fact that the efforts to undo this damage would take not years but centuries. In the far west, the Dracarim had retreated to their homelands or engaged in a bloody war against the Lencians. Much of Nyrus has been reclaimed by the armies of King Sarnak, the Lencian commander, and his flag now flies over territory which 2,000 years ago had been part of Lencia. Boop. Following the destruction of the Dark Lords of Helgadad, the Giacs, the most prolific in number of all of Gnag's troops, fled into the Darklands and sought refuge in the gigantic city fortress of Nadgazad, Arnak, Gornan, and Kag. Within each of these hellish strongholds, fierce fighting broke out as remnants of the Zaghash, the Lesser Dark Lords, and the Nadziranim, the evil practitioners of right-handed magic who once aided individual Dark Lord masters, fought for control. It is widely believed that by the time the Elder Mages and the Herb Wardens reach the walls of these strongholds, that the occupants will have brought about their own extinction. Elsewhere, throughout northern Magnamond, peace reigns victorious, and the peoples of the free kingdoms rejoice in the knowledge that the age of the Dark Lords has come to an end. Readily men have exchanged swords for plowshares, and now the only marching they do is along the ruts of their freshly furrowed fields. Few are the watchful eyes that scan the distant horizon in fear of what might appear, although there are those who maintain their vigilance. For the agents of Nar come in many disguises, and there are those who wait quietly in the shadows for the chance to do his evil bidding. 6 months ago, the evil Senna-druids of Ruil attempted to enact Nar's revenge, secretly in the laboratories of their foul stronghold of Mogaruth. They had labored to create a virulent plague virus capable of killing every living thing in Magnamond, save their own kind. Word of their terrible plan reached Lord Ramoa, who immediately urged the rulers of the free lands to raise armies and invade. They complied, but the invasion ended in a disaster. 7,000 fighting men entered Ruil, intent on storming the fortress of Mogaruth and razing it to the ground. 7,000 men marched into the Dark Realm, and 70 emerged alive. The Sennas were within days of perfecting their ultimate biological weapon when you took up the challenge and ventured alone into Mogaruth. Despite overwhelming odds, you thwarted their evil plans and destroyed the virus, as well as the means by which it was created. After emerging from Ruil, triumphant, your quest fulfilled, you returned home to Summerland and the Kai Monastery, where you resumed your duties as a Grand Master. 3 months later, on the day that saw the first fall of winter snow, you were visited by Lord Ramoa. He once again has found himself the reluctant bearer of ill news. Your friend, Guildmaster Bane, whilst helping with the reclamation of the wastelands close to the Makengorge, has been abducted by a band of Giacs under the command of Nadziranim sorcerers. A rescue had been attempted, but ruthlessly the Nadziranim obliterated those who tried to follow their escape into the Darklands. The Nadziranim have grown bold of late, says Lord Ramoa, his words tinged with fear and bitterness. They have a newfound power and are keen to exercise it. It would have taken considerable skill and energy to ensnare one as gifted as Bane. But why Bane, you ask, trying at once to comprehend and to come to terms with the loss of your trusted friend. I fear, that the Nadziranim seek to extract from him the secrets of left-handed magic, so that they might be able to marry it to their own foul sorceries. Such an outcome would surely give them extraordinary power, and could herald the rebirth of the Darklands. At once you recalled how such an attempt to unite the two parts of magic had resulted in catastrophe for Summerland. Vonatar the traitor, a magician of the same guild as Bane, had betrayed his homeland in exchange for the promise of Nadziranim power. This is in like book 2 or 3. It was his act of treachery that brought about the invasion of Summerland and the destruction of the First Order of the Kai. What can be done, you ask Lord Ramoa, fearful that it may be too late to save your dear friend. Bane is still alive, of this I am sure. The Nad Ziranim have taken him to the old Dark Lord city fortress of Kag. His life is in deathly danger. They won't kill him until they've succeeded in extracting the knowledge that they crave. We can only pray he is strong enough to resist them until... And Lord Ramoa holds you with his eyes, words no longer necessary. It was clear that all hope for Bane's survival depends upon his swift rescue from Kag. And there was only one such person who could effect this perilous quest with any hope of success. So be it, you say resolutely. I accept the mission and will go alone to Kag and secure his release, or die valiantly in the attempt. Okay. G'day, Double Danger Dad. Oh, es ist einsamer Wolf Whitmore. No, it would be W. Mittwoch. Hope you're doing splendid, Blobber. Entschuldigen Sie, mein Deutscher ist unter alles so. So I don't understand, I'm sorry. Other than the English at the end. But I hope you're doing well too. So we get our new mastery skill. Do we want even better animal control? I forget what assimilance is. Ah, okay. But I don't see... Shouldn't it be Funsen? Funsen should be in your title somewhere. Because it's book 14. Anyway. My mastery of counting small numbers aside. Okay, this is the advanced hiding thing. And what was telegnosis? No, spirit walking was a bit... Weapon mastery? Five extra combat skill is pretty nice. But so is the whole we are immune to acid and fire and stuff. I think we'll go with the acid and fire and stuff immunity. We already... No, we can go with bow. No, we've got bow and sword. So beyond that, it doesn't really matter. Those are the two important ones to have. I guess we'll go with dagger. Vierzehn. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then you start counting backwards. 1 and 20, 2 and 20, 3 and 20. The Kai Monastery has been rebuilt. You can keep some objects here. Please note that only a few special objects can be brought with you from the earlier series. These things. Everything else has been removed. That's interesting. My backpack is empty because we had a rough time of things last time. Now, as for in here, I don't want the super sword, because that sword slowly eats our health. What does this do again? Oh, this was the thing that hides the summer sword. Yes, yes. Good bow, summer sword, good hat. I don't need 2 quivers. I don't need a map of this anymore, surely. Yeah, I don't need that. These were like... Yep, slightly more health. Is this a text adventure? It's sort of a choose-your-own-adventure book, but it also has a combat system. So you have an attack skill, hit points, You don't roll a dice. You'd wiggle a pen. Pretend you had a page. You'd wiggle a pen around, close your eyes and wiggle your pen over a random number table, and you'd roll a number for your attack roll, and then based on the difference of skill between you and the monster and your random number, it would change how much damage you get and they get. And you keep doing that until either you win or the monster wins the fight, and then you continue on with the story. There are skills for healing, there are like healing potions. It's a bit like a D&D campaign run by a book instead of by a DM. A little bit. Yes, leave these objects. We get some extra money, and we get to pick 5 of these. We will pick potion, rope, food. Now, do we go another food, or do we go quiver? Well, we'll go another food. When have I ever needed 2 quivers? Okay, blah, blah, blah. No matter how poorly you've rolled on combat or endurance, you should be able to win if you are smart. Little disclaimer. And so the adventure begins for real. Oof. Preparations for the quest take no more than a day to complete. The following morning, shortly before dawn, you and Lord Ramoa leave the Kai Monastery by a secret route which takes you to a clearing deep in the heart of the Freelund Forest. There awaits the means by which you will travel swiftly to Kag. Your journey to the Darklands will be made aboard Guildmaster Bane's airship, the Skyrider. This magical craft has borne you on several quests to distant lands, yet never before without your friend and companion at its helm. In his absence, the steward of the Skyrider has passed to Bosun Nolram of Bor. "Welcome aboard, Grand Master," says Nolram, proud to be serving under your command. You clasp his strong hand in friendship, and compliment him and the crew for the pristine condition of their craft. There is no doubting that he and his company of dwarves are sorely grieved by the absence of their captain, yet they have not allowed their anguish to give way to hopelessness or despair. These sturdy warriors are renowned for their formidable fighting spirit, and you know they'd willingly risk their lives to help you rescue Bane from the minions of darkness. Soon, the frost-laden fir trees are receding beneath the Skyrider's bow, as Nolram steers a westward course towards the grey, snow-capped peaks of the Dern Crag Mountains. You spend the flight inside the captain's cabin, where you and Lord Ramoa discuss your dangerous mission. The plan is to traverse the Dern Crag Range and enter the Darklands under cover of a dust storm, which is currently sweeping southwards towards Kag. The landing would be made 10 miles to the northwest of the city fortress, beyond a ridge of hills that will keep the Skyrider hidden from the eyes of Kag's watchful lookouts. From there, you are to make your way to the fortress on foot, enter as best you can, locate and rescue Bane, and then return with him to the Skyrider, which will carry us back to the safety of Summerland. You have 48 hours in which to complete your mission. If, after 2 days, you have not returned, Ramoa will be forced to assume that you and the Guildmaster have perished. The dust storm will not last for more than 2 days, after which there is a grave danger that the Skyrider will be spotted and attacked by the Kran and Zlan beasts, which are known to patrol the skies around Kag. In a little under 2 hours, you reach your destination, where the weather conditions are atrocious. A fierce dust-choked wind buffets the craft mercilessly during the final descent, and visibility is no more than a dozen yards at best. Yet, despite these horrid conditions, Nolram brings the Skyrider in for a faultless landing behind the ridge. The moment the keel beds into the soft ground, the crew leap into action with ropes and chains. Nolram soon enters the cabin to inform you the craft is secure, and, with trepidation, you get ready to set off for Kag. "Godspeed, Lone Wolf," says Ramoa. with a smile of encouragement. "I will pray to Kai and Ashir for your safety and success. May their light guide you on your journey into this darkness." You acknowledge his blessing gratefully, before bidding him and Nolram farewell. Then, without looking back, you pull your warm cloak tight about you and set off into the storm. You lower your head and force yourself to trudge uphill against the storm, your feet sinking ankle-deep into the barren volcanic dust with every labored step. Keeping your eyes shut tight against the stinging, gritty winds, you trust solely to your senses to steer you on the correct course towards the Darkland City. Only when you reach the top of a ridge do you attempt to look around at the bleak domain. The Skyrider is lost from sight, shrouded by the swirling grey clouds. Cag, too, remains hidden for some minutes until a sudden lull in the storm clears the southern vista. Then, what you see makes your blood run cold. In your lifetime you have gazed upon many awe-inspiring cities, but few compare to the enormous size and monstrous grandeur of Cag. The coal-black curtain wall, constructed of massive blocks of smooth, featureless stone, encircles the city 40 miles wide. At its center there arises a gigantic citadel of black marble, pyramid-shaped, and slitted with numerous vents to allow what passes for air to circulate within. Its highest point has 2 towers above the desolate plain. Thunder booms and streaks of blue-white lightning earth themselves against its walls, drawn from the roiling storm clouds that gather menacingly overhead. At first, the fortress seems wholly impregnable. Then you notice that the outer wall is not entirely intact. Illuminated by the infrequent electrical flashes, you see that a vast section of the battlements close to the north gate has collapsed. Also, away to the east, a mile-long section has fallen outwards to litter the plain with huge black cubes of stone. You are surprised to note that no attempt has been made to repair the breaches, and consequently access to the city could be effected by either location with relative ease. So do we go through the gap in the wall or climb through the breach? I think we'll go to the closer one. Swallowing your fears of what might lie ahead, you descend the ridge and approach the great frowning bastions of Cag. Though through the swirling dust, you see a wide road that leads to the north gate, its surface littered with Giak corpses, bleached bones, and rusted weapons. Crab-like scavengers scuttle among the debris, fighting for scraps to feed their young, which nest in thousands of empty skulls half buried in the ground. Shielded from detection by the storm and your Kai skills, you reach the breached wall unobserved. Swiftly you climb over the huge mounds of rubble, which is all that remains of this section of the curtain wall, and find yourself in a street lined with decaying hovels and ugly squat towers. A dull pull of smoke hovers above the thoroughfare, and the air reeks of iron and sulphurous smoke. At the far end of the street, you see a ragged group of Giaks led by 2 Dracarim warriors suddenly emerge from an alley. They stop for a few moments as if to catch their breath, and then one of the Dracarim barks an order and they take off, at a lumbering pace, heading south. You notice that their tattooed orange-coloured uniforms all bear the same emblem of a scythe with a bloodied blade. Let's not go towards the baddies. Warily, you follow the avenue deeper and into the black heart of Cag. This cobbled street, beslimed with nameless refuse, beslimed is a new word to me, winds its way between mountainous piles of rubble and derelict dwellings. You reach a square where you see huge scarlet flames roaring skywards from a vent in the ground. The flames fill the air with Beg pardon. The flames fill the air with intermittent flashes of blood-red light and billowing clouds of sooty smoke. Shadows play upon the surrounding walls, cast not only by the fire, but also by the winged Cran which swoop back and forth across this section of the city. You're watching the Cran diving and twisting above the rooftops when suddenly your senses alert you to an imminent danger. You sense a troop of Giaks approaching along the avenue towards your hiding place. If you wish to avoid them by hiding in one of the buildings that border the square, turn here. If you want to just walk away, we're walking away. No, we're not. We're actually going to hide. The moment you step inside the building, your breath is snatched away by an overpowering stench. It takes considerable effort to stem the waves of nausea, oh gosh, welling up from the pit of your stomach as, slowly, you follow a corridor which winds its way back into this foul place. The smell is atrocious, but not unwelcome. Nor is it unfamiliar. And when the passage finally reaches its destination, your suspicions are confirmed. What you can smell is the stench of Giak blood. Before you is a vast, low-ceilinged hall, with butchered carcasses hanging from hooks drilled into a crisscross of roof beams. A dozen Giaks stand at gore-stained benches, cleavers in hand, hacking the grey-green meat into more manageable slices. It does not seem to worry them in the least. The meat they are crudely shaping is of their own kind. Your churning stomach prompts you quickly to leave this abattoir by means of any other passage. This ends abruptly in a flight of stairs at the top of the door, secured by a large wooden bolt. So it says at the top. So this is basically go back or investigate door more. We'll investigate the door more. You draw back the bolt and push the rickety door. It opens out into a passageway which runs alongside the abattoir, deserted and empty except for a few piles of Giak bones freshly stripped of their flesh. You follow the passageway to its end, creeping to the shadows to minimize the risk of you being seen by those who might yet be lurking in the ruins. Yet, unfortunately, your neglect is noticed. You neglect to notice the Cran which is circling high above. As you reach the end of the passage and turn the corner, 3 of these flying spawn come swooping down out of the smoky sky to batter you with their claw-tipped wings. Twice you are knocked down before you manage to draw your weapon and fight back. So essentially some wyverns. They have pretty good combat skill and even more health than us. If you have the psychic attack, you can get even more attack for this fight. So we have modestly more combat skill, but less endurance. Okay. Butter Scratch, 3 HP, dead wyverns. If you win the fight, turn to 190. Well, we won the fight, so off to 190 we go. Bloodied and battered, you struggle to disentangle yourself from the bodies of the slain Cran. Their deaths have scared their confederates, who are now flying from this quarter of the city, shrieking and cawing in alarm and dismay. Once free, you stumble off the street into the relative safety of the ruins, where you find an ideal hiding place. It is concealed from the sky by an upper story that commands respect and makes for an unsupported view of the desert plaza. Its only mean of approach. Here, you rest while you... Actually, no, I should have said that better. It commands an unobstructed view of a desecrated park. Of a deserted plaza, which is the only means of approach. Here you rest and consider your next course of action. Lose 2 health. Oh no, restore 2 health from resting. During your rest, unless you have Hunt Mastery, eat or suffer loss of health. Done. Your rest is disturbed by the sudden arrival in the plaza of a score of battle-weary Giaks, some Dracarim, and a Gorgaz, who is nursing a wounded arm. You watch them make camp, and notice that they are so fatigued they neglect to post any sentries. The pall of smoke which has covered this section of the city begins to thin out, and in the middle distance you can see the base of the Great King's Citadel. It is truly awesome. The pyramid of jet black stones which rise to meet the needle. Needle-sharp peak more than 10,000 feet above the streets of Kag. Soon, a rickety wooden cart, drawn by 2 ugly ox-like creatures in harnesses, trundles into the plaza. It halts, and its Giak driver pulls back the tarpaulin, covering its cargo, revealing haunches of grey-green meat stacked in a pile. Unceremoniously, he tosses them to the exhausted soldiers, who devour them with relish. It is an unwholesome sight, made even more so when you realize what they're eating is freshly slaughtered Giak meat. So they obviously believe in you are what you eat, and they want to remain Giaks. The troops have almost finished their grisly meal when a figure clad in flowing grey robes and a helm of brightly polished steel swoops down from out of the brooding sky upon the back of a Zlan beast. He screams orders to the Gorgaz, who immediately respond by cursing and slapping his tired troops into line. The Grey Rider berates a sorry-looking squad before finally taking to the skies again. Turning into action by his harsh words, the Gorgaz officers lead his unit away at the double. Curiosity prompts what is to follow. Although you take care to remain hidden from view, they zigzag along the maze of back streets before arriving at the approach road to a large hall. Here, a pitched battle is taking place between the blue and the green factions. One side wearing uniforms of orange cloth, the others clad in blue-green. For several minutes... For several minutes, you observe the carnage taking place as the 2 groups fight for control of the whole. The fighting soon escalates to the surrounding ruins, and wisely, you decide it best to leave the area before you 2 are caught up in the firefight. You notice a road away to your right, which leads directly to the Citadel. It is virtually deserted, and seems to offer the best escape route from the battle. However, you have covered barely 100 yards when you are suddenly confronted by a unit of Dracarim Death Knights, reinforcements freshly arrived from the Citadel itself. Quickly, you dive into a side street and run as fast as you can. But the Death Knights have seen you, and despite their heavy armor, give chase determinedly. The street soon ends at a junction where two roads branch away, one to the left, one to the right. If you have Hunt Mastery, you may turn here. If you don't have it or choose not to use it, turn here. And finally, you suck option. Your senses warn you that the left leads to a dead end. Without hesitation, you turn right and take off along the street. Although the Death Knights are hot on your heels, you are confident that this will You are confident that you will soon outrun them. However, your confidence is severely shaken when you see that the way ahead is blocked by a hill of rubble, the remains of a collapsed tower. If you have bought enough of the previous books and you have Hunt Mastery, turn to 22. If you've done neither of these things, turn to 232. Well, we have. You race across the mound of jagged rubble, barely slowing your stride as you surmount this obstacle easily. The pursuing Death Knights, handicapped by their weighty armor, lack of special skills, can only watch in astonishment as you disappear from view. The street continues beyond the mound, heading due south towards the great citadel. The shadow of its edifice looming even larger. Soon the street opens to a wide concourse which encircles the citadel and offers access to its great northern door. The entire door is made of black iron and speckled with rust. Turrets jut from either side, on top of which you see giant cannon-like weapons, similar to those once employed by the Dark Lords aboard their ironclad fleets. From the cover of a ruined house, you watch the traffic of Giax and Dracarim, all clad in orange uniforms, bearing the mark of a crystal scythe. So that's all the look. They have the symbols that we saw earlier. The more you stare at the citadel, the more you are sure that this is where Bane is being held. However, entry into the citadel looks to be impossible. That is, unless an opportunity unexpectedly presents itself. Nope, no more. Next page. Directly across the street from where you are hiding, you see a square, flat-roofed tower, one of several that emerge and encircle the outer edges of the concourse. A flock of screeching cran are feeding on slabs of maggoty meat, which have been left there by Dracarim guards. Once they have eaten their fill, they take care to air and pluck return to their caves. Their cave-like pens located high up on the citadel's outer wall. Some of the returning cran are ridden by Dracarim and other guards who steer their mounts towards landing platforms which great steel sponges tongues from the encampment to a post. It occurs to you that if you are able to mount one of the feeding cran, You could attempt to enter the stronghold by way of the same route. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. If they have the wyvern-ish things to help them move around, then why couldn't you use it to travel straight up to the, like, high helipad platform nearest where they're keeping the prisoner? Emboldened by your plan, you resolve to put it into action. Patiently you survey the feeding tower opposite and note that there are two ways to gain access to its roof. You could climb a staircase that runs directly from the street to the roof, or you could attempt to scale the wall. We don't have pathmanship, so we don't get insight. You move stealthily to a new position, directly opposite the tower, and wait for the traffic of the Giax and Dracarim to clear. The street is soon empty, and you get to make your move. Sure, we'll attempt to do the tower wall, why not? You sprint across the empty street at the base of the tower wall. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have Hunt Mastery, add 2. So we'd have to roll critical fail or only a 1 on our d20 to get the most failure fails. And we do slightly better than the most failure fails, and we take some damage. When you are less than 5 feet from the roof, a part of the surface crumbles beneath your feet. Desperately, you throw your arms wide, seeking a new purchase, and only just manage to prevent yourself from falling backwards to the street below. This close call leaves your hands skinned and bleeding. Lose 2 health. Determinedly, you haul yourself up the remaining few feet and take firm hold of the tower parapet. You pull yourself over the parapet, only to be confronted immediately by a Dracarim guard. Unbeknownst to you, he has been sitting on the tower roof, quietly watching the spectacle of the feeding wyverns. Fran. He grabs you by the throat and attempts to throw you off the tower. You counter the clumsy attack easily by turning his hand aside and grabbing hold of his battle tunic. Well, that sucks. A swift twist of your body sends the still... Oh, he's still sailing. Ugh. Sends him sailing over your shoulders to land head first in the street below. The guard, his neck broken, is no longer a threat. So you might turn your attention now to the red Cran, which is... Sorry. The guard, his neck broken, is no longer a threat to anyone, so you turn your attentions to the 5 red Cran, which are feeding on the roof. Gingerly, you approach them, hoping not to startle them into a flight, but the commotion and your presence has made them rather uneasy. We don't have Animal Mastery. You notice one of the 5 Cran is equipped with a saddle and reins. You focus on this beast and use your Magna Chi skill of animal control and attempt to subdue it. The other 4 abandon their feast and take to the air as you approach, but the target of your attention remains on the one eyeing you nervously. You've approached to within an arm's length of the reins when suddenly it takes fright. It beats its wings frantically in an attempt to knock you away, and then propels itself into the air. You leap for its neck and hold fast as the spawn clears the towers and takes to the sky. Desperately, you try to swing yourself into the saddle, but the creature hovers haphazardly, 50 feet above the concourse. Ay, ay, ay. So RNG, if you have more than 20 hit points, which we do, add 2. If you have extremely low hit points, lose 2. We roll well enough that we don't super fail. Using all of your strength, you haul yourself into the saddle and hold fast as the Cran soars upwards into the stormy sky. Frantically, you kick and beat, really? The creature with your fists until reluctantly it submits to your will. The blobber does not support Cran abuse. Pulling back on the reins, you urge it to go higher. Then, with a few well-aimed slaps of its its horny head, you persuade it to bear you towards the landing. The landing platforms situated above the Great North Star. As you draw closer to your chosen destinations, you see 2 platforms that are open and unguarded. One has an arch-shaped portal, the other has a wider, oblong-shaped portal. Arch portal, oblong portal. I don't like arches, so I'll go with the oblong. The Cran glides towards the semi-ovoid platform, and you swing one leg over its neck in readiness to leap from the saddle the moment that it lands. With a graceful agility, you jump the last few feet and run through the open entrance. A Giak Cran handler suddenly appears before you, but your quick wits and camouflage skills kept you from being seen until the last moment. As he shuffles out into the platform to take the Screeching Cran. Sorry, let's try that again. As he shuffles out onto the platform to tend to the Screeching Cran, you run towards the rear of the pen, where there are 2 exits, one to the south and one to the west. We have no idea which direction is better. We'll start with south. Ooh. Okay, so this looks like it's going up by 4 every time. Beyond the archway, a passage leads to a pair of stout steel sheathed doors. The lock that secures them is inlaid with a series of numbers, and you immediately recognize they are some sort of combination lock. One number from the sequence is missing. By tapping the correct number on the blank square, you'll cause it to disengage. So 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Once you think you know the missing number, attempt to enter here. Yes, this is the correct answer. Proceed with your quest. You get some arrows, a quiver, a sword, a dagger, and a broadsword. Well, I will definitely take the quiver. Okay. On the far side of the armory, you discover a spiral staircase. Up or down? I mean up, right? You climb the stairs and emerge in the center of a hall on the level above. A vault-like room which contains the wealth of grim exhibits hung upon the walls and displayed in glass-frosted cases. The skulls of rare creatures are displayed beside tanned hides and jewel-encrusted bones. One item in particular catches your eye, a statuette fashioned in the likeness of Dark Lord Zargana. If you wish to keep the statue, mark it on your special item chart. Sure. This couldn't possibly explode in the future, could it? this is what we saw before. Kind of. You ascend several levels of the citadel by slope and by stair until you reach a vast hall festooned with icy stalactites. Dim in the distance. Oh, there we go. So the reason that nothing is noticed is there... Oh no, I was thinking that the mouse was somehow a hoot-hoot, but that's not true. You are near the center of the chamber when the temperature drops dramatically. Unless you possess Nexus, you lose 5 endurance points from the extreme cold. Well, we do, so no hit point loss for us. Soon you arrive at a circular chamber. There is a huge hole in the roof and another hole equally large in the middle of the floor. Carefully you approach the perimeter of this hole and stare down into a deep, dark shaft. It passes through many levels. It passes through countless levels of the citadel below and above. The edge of the shaft is overgrown with ivy-like creepers. And a tangle of thorny vines hang down from the level above. If you want to climb the vines and proceed further upwards, go here. If you want to ignore the shaft and continue along the adjoining tunnel... Dang, we can't use the shaft? Yeah, let's continue. Continue down the shaft. The tunnel ends at a huge echoing hall. It was once a place of worship dedicated to Zagana, the Dark Lord of Kag. Now, however, it lies in total ruin, having been ransacked and destroyed by those who took command following his destruction, at your own hand, at the raising of the siege of Holmgard. One sec. In the alcoves and grottos that adjoin this hall, where once stood effigies of Zagana, there now stands likenesses of Dark Lord Slutter. Behind one such tribute, you notice something unusual, yet somehow familiar. A column of shimmering blue light descends into the alcove from a hole in the middle of the roof, and passes through a similar hole in the floor. Your senses tingle as you gaze at the column, for you immediately recognize its purpose. Within the confines of the light, gravity is greatly reduced. It is used as a means of transportation, an elevator that can take you to another level of Karg, either above or below. The last time you saw one of these was in Helgedat, the principal stronghold of the Darklands. If you wish to hop into the tractor beam, essentially, go here. If you ignore it and leave the ruined hall by means of the tunnel in the north, go here. Sure, we'll hop on the tractor beam. You step warily into the glimmering column of light and immediately feel yourself begin to rise. Bands of darkness flick past with growing rapidity, each one marking a passing level of this mountainous citadel. When you feel yourself slowing to a halt, the column fades, and you find yourself standing on a metal dais in the center of a domed chamber. Ahead, you see a great door, forged of Kaganite, and besides it, there is a narrow staircase which leads downwards. As you approach the door, you notice that there is a lock that secures it, inlaid with a series of numbers, and at once you recognize that they are component parts of a combination lock. The number in the sequence is missing. By tapping the correct number upon the blank square, you will, cause the lock to disengage. So, left to right, 6,561, 81, 9. So that 81 to 9 looks like a square root, and 65 to 80 also looks like a square root. 8 8s are 64. Add a little bit more because there's slightly more than 8 like 80 times 80, and I could easily see it being 65. So what is the square root of 9? Well, the square root of 9 is 3. So let's try 3. We're assuming this is square root, square root, square root, square root. Or put another way, this number times itself becomes that number. This number times itself becomes this number. This number times itself becomes that number. Correct. Proceed. On the third tap, the lock emits a distinct click, and slowly the great door swings open to reveal a dark, smoky tunnel. Warily, you pass through the door and enter the unwelcoming passage. The dark tunnel descends to a titanic circular hole, which is lit by a lava-filled vent in its center. Tunnels radiate from the hole in every direction, like the spokes of an infernal wheel. Their destinations mere pinpoints of flame in the far distance. The air here is thick and cloying. It is choked by sulfur and other foul discharges of noisy engines located deep in the bowels of Cag. The pressure of this tainted atmosphere is forever changing, causing you momentarily to lose your balance and stumble when first you enter the central hole. Before you, astride the vent, a colossal idol looms up against the crimson light like some supernatural giant forged of steel and stone. Warily, you pass beside one of its huge taloned feet, half expecting it to animate suddenly and come crashing down upon you as if you were a lowly insect. Fortunately, the foot remains immobile, and you are able to leave by a triangular-shaped tunnel, the largest of those which radiate from this hole. Other passages branch off this tunnel, spaced at regular intervals of 100 paces. You detect movement taking place in several of these sub-tunnels, and, when at last your natural curiosity prompts you to stop and observe one, using your Magnikai skills to magnify your vision, you detect that it is occupied by Nadziranim, the mysterious sorceress gifted in the black arts of right-handed magic, and before their demise, they slavishly assist the Dark Lords of Helgadad. These particular Nadziranim are busy at slime-filled vats engaged in the harvesting of Giak spawn, a process that at first fascinates and then rapidly repulses you. Sickened by what you have seen, you hurry away towards a distant junction where a narrower tunnel comes across from left to right. As you approach the junction, you feel the skin on your arms and the nape of your neck tingle with a premonition of peril. The sensation soon passes, but you are left with an awareness that a great danger lurks somewhere nearby. Do we turn left or right? Which will we take? For either way our heart will break. With brave heart, we continue on down the left path. The floor of the tunnel is gently sloped, and as it ascends, you notice the temperature becomes cooler. At length, it opens out into a dimly lit chamber where the stone floor is strewn with wood shavings, soiled by dung and dried blood. As you enter, you hear an inhuman snickering coming from among the maze of stout pillars that support the roof. The sound causes you immediately to draw your weapon. You have heard this cry once before, though it was years ago, and you have not forgotten the creature that made it. Slowly, out of the shadows, come 3 hulking beasts, their yellow, cat-like eyes glinting malevolently. Your fears are confirmed. They are Eggers, massive bear-like creatures native to the stormy northern coasts of the Darklands. Stirred by the promise of your fresh meat, They advance towards you and make ready to launch an attack with fang and claw. If you have advanced animal mastery, you can attempt to tame the bears. We do not. You call upon your Magnakai discipline of animal control and attempt to tell them to stop, but your powers of persuasion are not strong enough to turn away all three of them. For a moment they halt, settling on their haunches, and then, with a chorus of frantic screeches, the creatures leap towards you, their mouths agape and their claws extended, ready for the kill. There's three of them. They have combat skill and health. Let's go. Insta-kill. They don't do any damage. And we don't get to turn in our advanced mental combat skill. As the last Aegor crashes lifelessly to the ground, you turn and hurry towards the adjoining passage. Sheathing your weapon as you run, you follow the passage for several minutes before arriving at an empty circular room. The only feature here is a rusty iron ladder, fixed precariously to the wall that ascends through a hole in the ceiling to the level above. There is no other exit from this chamber, and so, with caution guiding your every move, you climb the rust-eaten rungs. You rise through the hole to find yourself in a corridor which is strewn with human bones. Always a good sign. Skeletons lie mixed in tangled heaps, and many of the skulls and loose bones seem to have been gnawed. The psychic residues of pain and terror left by these luckless victims press in upon your senses, making you feel queasy and claustrophobic. With a pounding heart, you advance along the bone-choked passage, stepping carefully through the skeletons to avoid making a sound. Though you have taken less than a dozen steps when something unexpected makes you freeze in your tracks. In the dim distance, you see a score of creatures stumbling along the tunnel. You magnify your gaze and discern that they are vaguely human in form, although hairless, lean, and stringy, as if from starvation. Their toes and fingers end in horny, hooked claws, and their large eyes are deep set in skeletal faces, etched by untold years of pain and anguish. You bring to bear your innate psychic skills and are shocked by what you discover. Your senses reveal these creatures were once the human soldiers in the armies of the Freeland Alliance. Captured in battle and brought to Cag, long ago they have endured unspeakable experiments at the hands of the Nadziranim. Now, no longer of use to the evil magicians, these pitiful victims have been left to wander the forgotten passages of the foul city, united in undeath. When the undead soldiers are 20 yards distant, you attempt to communicate telepathically. You sense that the one who is leading the group radiates a faint psychic aura, and you hope that he may know the whereabouts of your captive friend, Bane. At first, your questions elicit no reply. Then, when your eyes meet, you feel a wave of despair wash over you, as suddenly you tap into the agony of the creature's existence. Take 2 health point damage. As the effect of the shocks fade, you hear a ghostly voice thinly in your mind. I know whom you seek. The Summerlending wizard is imprisoned in Zagana's courtroom. You ask the zombie for directions, but the only help he can offer is to tell you that it is up. The pitiful group part in 2 to allow you to pass. As you move through them, your hatred of the Nadziranim blazes anew when you see upon the bodies of these once human soldiers the terrible scars left behind by their cruel experiments. Filled with anger and remorse, you hurry along, silently fearful that Bane may already have suffered a similar fate. Oop. After a few minutes, the tunnel ascends to steps. By steps, to a cavern-like chamber where the walls are mildewed and damp. The sloping passage leads away to your left, descending towards a distant pit that reeks of vermin and decay. You shun this exit and turn your attention instead to an iron door set into the far wall. Although locked, you have no difficulty picking it. On the other side of the door is a torchlit corridor leaning to the left and right. Left or right again? Well, let's keep going right. The corridor passes through a series of interconnecting caverns, some of which are occupied by lowly Geek slaves engaged in menial tasks, none of whom notice your stealthy passing. After almost an hour, you arrive at the cavernous hall filled with iron cages, in which lie countless Akataz, a breed of leathery war dogs used by the Dracarim. Nearby are a group of Dracarim handlers seated at a table playing cards. From the shadows you listen to their idle chatter, hoping to glean clues as to the location of Zagana's courtroom, but unfortunately your patience is unrewarded. These brutish humanoids seem preoccupied with their game, and the unfairness of their duties here in the Akataz pen. However, from their banal conversations, you do learn two interesting facts about the struggle taking place within CAG. The two warring factions are fighting principally for control over the Giak spawning vats. The vats are the key to power here. They produce both an unending supply of troops, as well as a ready source of raw food for whoever controls them. Anxious to continue your quest, you resolve to leave the pen by an archway on the far side. Although confident that your camouflage skills will keep you hidden from the Dracarim, the hall is also full of keen-nosed war dogs. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have Hunt Mastery, add 2. So if we do poorly enough, we could maybe be detected by the dogs, and presumably that is undetect. We roll well enough that even without our Hunt Mastery, we presumably succeed. Your skills keep you safe from detection and enable you to cross unseen. Quietly you enter the deserted passage beyond and press on with your search for Bane. 50 yards on, the passage turns sharply to the left, and you find yourself staring at an iron-banded door. Luckily, this portal is unlocked and you hurry through, pausing only for a few seconds to bolt it shut behind you before continuing on your way. Shortly, you arrive at a deserted stairwell where you begin a long and laborious ascent. You climb more than 60 levels of the citadel before reaching the top. During this time, eat or take no eat damage. Well, luckily we packed meals, but we also have hunting, and we're allowed to. Directly opposite the landing at the top of the stairs is a massive bronze portal, its surface inlaid with intricate symbols cast in silver and gleaming gold. A sleeping Dracarim sentry is seated besides the door. He snores softly, his leather-helmeted head tilted to his shoulder, and his spear lying uselessly at his feet. He's oblivious to your presence as you glide past him and silently push open the great door. Beyond the portal lies a massive circular hall, its walls lined with slabs of smooth black rock. Its domed ceiling rises more than 100 feet to a point directly above a dais positioned at the center of the chamber. A flame-filled moat surrounds this circular platform, whereupon lies the unconscious body of a blonde-haired man clad in silken blue robes. Your spirits soar when you recognize the designs embroidered upon the robe, for they are the symbols of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star, the Magician's Guild of Summerland. For a moment, your joy at having found your friend is dampened when your senses warn you that great danger is close at hand. Prompted by this presentiment, you hurry towards the moat, to where an iron drawbridge stands raised, and begin to crank the handle in order to lower it across the fiery divide. We don't have alchemy, we don't have telegnosis, so the moment the heavy iron bridge clashes down upon the moat, you leap upon it and race towards the dais. But as you near its center, a wall of sparkling magical flame erupts at either end, sealing off both routes. In desperation, you call telepathically to Bane, hoping to awaken him. But you are unable to make contact. Unexpectedly, your psychic calls are answered by a blood-curdling scream. Horror floods your mind when you realize the person on the dais is not your friend. It is a Helghast. As the creature rises and its features twist and distort before your gaze, it casts an anxious glance back across the bridge towards the great door. Standing there now are two Dracarim guards, with a slavering, boar-like beast. Yeah, they can let it go after if you don't succeed. Which is straining upon its leech. Suddenly, the magical flame vanishes, and with relish, they release the creature and send it bounding towards you. We do have a bow, and we might as well use it. You steady, take aim. You let fly the shaft. 5 from our skill, 5 from Grand Ultra Super Giga Mastery, and 3 from the special bow. 12. Your arrow penetrates the beast's skull and kill it instantly. Although the momentum of its attack carries its hulking body forwards for several yards, before it finally crashes snout first into the iron drawbridge floor and tumbles head over heels. You watch as the body of the slain Gnagask slowly rolls off the drawbridge and plummets into the flaming moat. The victory fills you with renewed confidence, but this feeling is short-lived. Suddenly, 2 steely hands fix themselves around your throat, crushing your windpipe. The Helghast is attacking you, and as you struggle to break free, its iron-hard fingers close even tighter. Lose 4 health. The two Dracarim cackle at your plight as they approach the drawbridge, swords drawn, ready to avenge the death of their pet. We have the Summer Sword. You reach to your belt and unsheath the Sun Sword. At once a golden halo of flames burst from its polished blade, causing the Helghast to shriek in alarm as it recognizes the power you wield. It loosens its terrible grip, enabling you to thrust the hilt into its midriff and force it away. The Helghast emits a wailing cry, and a wave of psychic energy assails your mind. Your Magna Chi defenses are more than sufficient to repel this weak attack, and with one sweep of your arm, you cleave the creature cleanly in 2. The sundered halves of the Helghast fall from the bridge to be consumed by the hungry flames. Open-mouthed, the 2 Dracarim stumble to a halt, staring down into the moat. Nervously, they glance at each other, fearful of suffering a similar fate. Then they turn and run towards the open door. Determined not to let them escape, you give chase and catch up with them within a few yards of the entrance. So, kill the poor warriors. 1, 2, 3. They butter scratch us. Breathless from combat, you step away from the 2 dead Dracarim. Sheath your weapon and wipe your blood-splattered brow with the back of your hand. Then, in order to leave no trace, you drag both of the corpses to the edge of the moat and consign them and their weapons to the hungry flames. So we're going full Hitman. Everyone we kill in this room we're throwing into the bottomless pit. A narrow passage near the main door provides an exit from this hall. This leads into a wider tunnel which is flanked on both sides by cages, all empty but showing signs of having recently been occupied by war dogs and similar. Beyond the cells you discover a chamber strewn with wooden boxes. trunks, sacks, and several oak casks. It too is empty, although the far wall... In the far wall, there is a stout door with a spy hole drilled in the center. Your keen senses detect the faint sound of squealing coming from the other side of the door. Sure, let's look around the chamber first. You pull a wooden bung from one of the casks and cautiously sniff its contents. It contains a strong, foul-smelling spirit that tightens your throat and makes your eyes water, prompting you to discard it as quickly as possible. The boxes and sacks yield little of value. However, one trunk contains the following items that may be of some use during your quest. If you wish to keep any of them, mark them on your action chart. So we've still got space for lots of stuff. Lantern couldn't hurt. Silver bowl doesn't sound terrible. Brass key. Black key sounds good. Whistle. I've already got a rope. So we'll grab another meal. Done. Intrigued by the squealing, you approach the door cautiously, placing your eye to the spy hole. Your fear soon melts away when you see two ragged-eared rats in the corridor beyond, fighting over a meaty bone. You chuckle as the smaller of the two unexpectedly wins the dispute and proudly drags away his prize. Your eyes follow the rat as it disappears towards the distant hallway where you spy something else that makes your pulse quicken in anticipation. Using your skills to magnify your vision, you see a pair of massive doors at the far side of the thoroughfare, guarded by two warriors clad in polished silver armor. Beg pardon. A steady traffic of Dracarim and Giax pass to and fro the doors, though none enter. You judge the hall to be over 100 yards away, but even at this distance you can sense great power contained behind the doors. After a short while, the traffic in the hallway subsides. Two wispy, ghost-like figures glide into view, each clad in shimmering semi-transparent robes, and at once you recognize them to be Nadziranim, masters of evil magic. The guards step aside as the great doors part to allow the sorcerer's entry. A flood of blinding purplish light pours from the room beyond. Your senses tingle with a premonition that your friend Bane is close at hand. Convinced that you will find him somewhere beyond the doors, you resolve to gain entry as quickly as you can. But if you are to get past the guards, you will need to create a diversion. Start a fire here to lure the guards away, or put on a uniform and attempt to bluff your way past them. Sure, we'll start a fire. We will start the fire. You pull the door slightly ajar and quickly gather up some sacks and boxes, stacking them in a heap near the opening. The guttering wall torch that illuminates this chamber provides the flame to set this little makeshift bonfire alight. Soon, the tinder-dry pile is ablaze, sending clouds of acrid blue-grey smoke billowing along the corridor towards the guards. Random number table. We roll relatively well. The guards see the approaching clouds of smoke and come thundering along the corridor. You step away from the door, expecting them to kick it open and come rushing in. But instead, they skid to a halt and hurriedly pull the door closed to stop the fire spreading. They wait outside for several minutes before they are sure it is safe. Then together they return to their positions. Your plan has backfired. But at least your skill of Nexus enables you to extinguish the fire before it gets out of control. Frustrated, though not yet defeated, you return to the spy hole and attempt to formulate a more successful plan. A few minutes later, you see the two Giax coming down the corridor carrying wooden buckets filled with sand. Hesitantly, they push the door open, tip the sand haphazardly over the smouldering remains of the fire, and then turn to scurry away. For a while, there is a hubbub of activity in the hallway as the guards and Giax speculate at length about the cause of the fire. Whilst you're waiting for things to calm down, you must eat or take health damage while we have hunting. Your first plan having failed, you decide instead to exercise your Kai skills of persuasion, aided by the use of the discarded uniform. The leather Dracarim battle jacket and leggings fit easily enough over your close-fitting tunic. The jacket has a large hood with slits cut for your eyes and mouth, and you pull this down to cover your face. You stow your backpack in the canvas satchel and sling this over your shoulder before opening the door and setting off towards the distant battle. Distant thoroughfare, sorry. You stride boldly towards the two guards, hoping they will let you pass unhindered, though as you draw nearer, they cross their jeweled-encrusted spears to block your way. Raw power crackles like a sparkling crimson serpent where the shafts of the spears touch, warning you that these are no ordinary weapons. "What is your business here?" growls the guard on the left, his voice gritty and full of suspicion. "Why do you seek access to the Hall of Ungodly Worship?" We don't have Kai Surge and Alchemy, so we have no choice but to go here. The challenge catches you off guard, and your mind races for an answer that would sound convincing. "I've been sent here by my master to deliver an unholy relic," you say, patting your canvas haversack. The guards stare at the satchel and then at each other, and converse in a language you do not recognize. Pick a number from the random number table. If you possess alchemy or the advanced camouflage, add 2. We roll really badly, so they're not going to believe us. The guards break off their conversation and turn to face you. "Show us the relic." Hesitantly, you reach into your satchel and fumble with the buckle, stalling for time. "Quickly," the other guard warns, reaching for a dagger, "or I will open it for you." "Ooh, I can get rid of the sword that I don't want. Although I don't actually have it on me." Well, I could get rid of the statuette. What does this statue do? I think we can get rid of this statuette. It doesn't seem to do anything. You remove the item from the satchel and the two guards scrutinize it. They nod their approval and draw back their spears. At once, the crackling crimson energy ceases to arc between them. "You may pass," they say without any trace of emotion. And as they stand aside, the great doors gently glide open. Steeling yourself, you stride towards the blazing purple light which fills the chamber. The purplish glare is generated by a glassy, opaque sphere which hangs suspended above the doors. It pours forth a blinding curtain of light which fills the entrance, but this quickly fades once you have passed through into the chamber beyond. As your eyes adjust to the gloomy interior, you find yourself standing in a temple. A plain stone altar dominates the chamber, around which there are positioned a ring of 20 black candles. The candles are fixed into elaborately carved holders, fashioned to resemble each of the 20 Dark Lords sent long ago by Nair, King of Darkness, to conquer Magnamund. Their flames burn brightly scarlet, and they give off a rancid, greasy smell that, despite your efforts to block it out, makes you feel lightheaded and nauseous. Hurriedly, you move to leave the temple through an archway opposite, for there is an extraordinary saturation of evil contained within these walls, and you feel it leeching your mental and physical strength. Unless you have advanced mental screen, deduct 3 health points due to its insidious effects. You are near the center of the temple when you notice something strange resting in a hollow in the surface of the altar. If you've ever been to Mogaruith, turn here, and we have, so we can. You recognize the glassy orb which rests upon the altar. It is identical to the sphere you saw in the chamber of Archdruid Kadok in Mogaruth, the sphere by which he communicated with the master of all evil, the evil god Na. With dread you look upon the surface of the orb and your blood runs cold. It is as if the eye of the dark god himself were gazing upon you. If you want to attempt to destroy the sphere, turn here. Oh, yes. As you take one of the heavy black candlesticks and raise it above your head, steadying yourself, you get ready to hurl it at the sphere. Then a wave of dark energy comes coursing off the orb, and you swoon as it washes over your body. You are in danger of dropping the candlestick upon your own head, until with a defiant cry you draw on your psychic strength to counter the power of the orb. As your mind clears and your strength returns, you launch the candlestick at the altar and smash the orb into hundreds of tiny shards. Instantly there is a tremendous implosion and a rush of air as the evil within this chamber is sucked back to its source. The stench that permeated the air is gone and you feel a sense of well-being infuse your body. Restore the hit points you lost before. Anxious to make up for lost time, you turn away from the altar and hurry through the archway opposite. Beyond lies an icy cold corridor, where the walls and ceilings are carved with many strange spatial designs. As you follow the passage, you notice that the theme of the planets and stars gradually changes to one of volcanoes and lava fissures. As if to mirror this, the temperature is also changing, becoming steadily hotter and drier, until, by the time you finally reach the corridor's end, the heat has become almost furnace-like. Breathless and bathed with sweat, you stare through the shimmering air and see a great iron door at the end of the passage. Unless you have Hunt Mastery and Grand Nexus, you must eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. Well, we have both, so sucks to be you. Environmental hazards, we laugh at you. You increase your speed as you approach the iron door and get ready to push against it, expecting a great resistance, but to your surprise, the heavy portal swings open the instant you reach out to touch it. A gust of cooling air wafts in your face. We only have 16 left. Well, keep those wonder trades going, you'll get there. The refreshing coolness and the awesome spectacle of the hall itself commands your complete attention. Tiers of glittering gold-veined marbles descend to a circular hall where a ring of fluted copper pillars support a platform, shaped like the foredeck of some great ship. Multicolored rays stream from a large crystal sphere suspended above the platform, creating a cage of flickering light at its center. Sitting in this radiant cage is the pale-skinned man with long blonde hair, his knees drawn up to his chin and his eyes closed as if asleep. You recognize him to be Bane. Though still mindful of your encounter with the Hellghast, you reserve your judgment. A narrow staircase, its handrails carved and fashioned from the tusks of cult mammoths, lead directly to the platform. Cautiously, you descend the tiers, cross the floor, and advance towards the stairs, stopping only when you reach a granite throne, positioned directly opposite the staircase. The back and arms of this crude seat have been chiseled to resemble a lion-like creature sitting on its haunches, and it is from here that you attempt to communicate telepathically with the sleeping man. At first there is no response, and then wearily he raises his head, forcing his eyes open. His face is haggard and lined with fatigue, but the look of extreme tiredness slowly changes to a smile of recognition as he sees you. Lone Wolf, the words form slowly in your mind. Thank Ishir that you have found me. Convinced that he is truly your friend Bane, you rush towards the steps, eager to free him from his prison. Then you sense that something is wrong, and you skid to a halt at the foot of the steps. Bainden's weary smile has changed to a wide-eyed look of fear. A sudden noise makes you spin around, half crouched, your weapon ready to hand for your defense. At first you see nothing, and then a faint shadow moves at the corner of your eye, drawing your attention to an alcove on the other side of the hole. Suddenly you hear Bane's voice echoing faintly in your head. You cannot understand what he is saying, but you sense that it is a warning. You glance over your shoulders and notice that he is pointing at the granite throne. To your horror, you see that the fanged mouth is opening wider and wider. We don't have ultra super advanced mental screen, so presumably we're going to take some psychic damage. Yep, we take some psychic damage. A ghostly mist issues from the parting jaws of the throne statue. You step back, your weapon raised, but it does nothing to protect you from the piercing screech that suddenly fills your head. You reel under the psychic onslaught, as desperately your Magna Chi senses try to block the violent psychic attack. Before you can muster your defenses and repel it, you suffer shock and injury to your central nervous system. Take 4 hit points of damage. From out the mist-filled jaw, there emerges a small black creature covered in shaggy fur. Its head is white, cut with dark bony ridges, and studded with running sores that encircle its flaming red eyes. You raise your weapon and get ready to strike as it stalks nearer, but your concentration is momentarily broken when you notice a wispy shadow emerges from the alcove on the far side of the hall. It is a Nadziranim sorcerer. Fearful of its purpose, you turn away from the furry creature and make a dash towards the ivory staircase, intent on reaching Bane as soon as possible. The stalking creature, thinking that you are running in fear, gives chase and comes bounding towards you. If you wish to intercept it before it reaches its steps, you may choose to do so. We have a bow. We can try shooting it. You sheathe your weapon, unshoulder your bow. Once there, you draw an arrow, taking aim at the advancing creature. It halts, snarling defiantly. To your amazement, its furry chest undergoes a rapid metamorphosis. What was fur mere seconds ago is now a shiny, steel-hard shell. Okay, we'll shoot at its head. You take aim at the point midway between its feral eyes and release your straining bowstring. If you possess Grand Mastery with bow, add 5 to the number you picked from the number table. We got 6, plus Grand Mastery, plus Ultra Super Good Bow equals we succeed. The creature tries to dodge, but it is too slow. The arrow skewers its lower jaw, causing it to shriek out loudly in pained surprise. However, despite the fearful wounding, it does not break off its attack. With a chilling disregard for its own pain, it wrenches the arrow from its jaw and hurls it aside. Unnerved by this display of bravado, you shoulder your bow as, with a gurgling shriek, the beast comes bounding forwards. You get ready to meet its advance, yet, when it is but 10 feet away, it suddenly opens its blood-stained mouth and spews forth a stream of white-hot liquid fire. We possess ultimate immunity to fire. Your lightning-fast reflexes and mastery of the discipline of immunity to fire save you from being hit by the searing stream of liquid fire. Some droplets splash on your tunic and it catches alight, but you quickly extinguish the flames before stepping forwards to engage the creature in Mortal Kombat! Doot 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 doot. Talons spring from the creature's forepaws and its sharp teeth glint like polished knives as it comes leaping through the air towards you. Okay. Yeah, let's use our... Wait, can we use both? I mean, there's no reason not to use the basic psychic attack. But do we use Ultra Super Giga Psychic Attack? I guess we'll say yes. And now we can turn off Ultra Super Giga Psychic Attack and even Extra Psychic Attack. Your enemy was able to stab you before you killed them, but they didn't harm you all that much. If you win combat, turn to 150. Slowly, a brooding, malignant vapor arises from the creature's corpse to hover in the air above it. You sense a powerful magical aura radiating from the sinister shadow, and as you back away, a mass of swirling sparks begin flickering at its core. You had trouble waking up when you had you playing this game on. I've been putting you back to sleep, have I, Remy? Baindon calls for your help, his cry echoing faintly in your mind. You spin around and see him falling sideways to the floor on the platform, unconscious and unmoving. Fear runs cold in your veins, a fear that grows wilder when you glance once more at the hovering shadow. For now it has descended to the ground, and from beneath its curtain-like base there pours a seething tide of black-bodied insects as large as mice. We aren't on ultra-low health, and I'm kind of tempted to drink our health potion for this. For this campaign. Biting back your fears, you raise your weapon and focus on the advancing swarm. Suddenly, your psychic senses tingle. This is no ordinary insect. These are not insects at all. Your sixth sense detects that they are merely a clever illusion created to deceive you. Confident in this knowledge, you stand your ground and allow the tide of creepy crawlies to wash over your feet. Within a matter of seconds, the insect horde fades and vanishes, dispelled by your disbelief in their existence. So he said, roll to disbelieve in illusion. Roll successful. The hovering shadow is changing shape once more. It expands and thickens, its misty outline becoming hard and clearly defined. Your heart quickens when the transformation is complete, and now, before you, you see a scaly dragon with frosty white skin and eyes as black as the depths of space. It fixes you with a murderous gaze and opens its mouth, packed with razor-sharp fangs. A chilling gust of super-cold breath blows over you, leaving you shivering. Your Magna Chi skills save you from being instantly frozen to death by the icy blast, but they will not keep you safe from the fangs, its horny tail, or sword-like claws. With a hungry growl, the dragon stalks forwards, its jaws hanging open in expectation of an easy feast. Ice Dragon, Polymorphed Magician, combat skill high, endurance even higher. We barely outskill it, and it out-healths us by a fair margin. But it's not managing to score very good hits on us. I can turn off the bonus super attacks. Okay, your enemy was able to stab you before you killed him, but he didn't do us very much harm. Turn to 50. The moment you strike your killing blow, the body of the ice dragon becomes transparent, as if it was made wholly of glass, and slowly it melts away into a steamy vapor which evaporates, leaving no trace of the creature's existence. A deathly silence fills the hall, broken only by the sound of Bane's laboured breathing. Fearful of his condition, you climb the ivory staircase and rush to his side. However, you're prevented from touching him by the encircling wall of energy that is holding him prisoner. You sense that the power that keeps him here against his will is generated by the crystal sphere hanging suspended in the air above. You gaze at the sphere, and the thought occurs that you could disrupt it, perhaps by breaking it or dislodging it. It might cause the wall to fail. If you have a bow and wish to use it, If you have alchemy and wish to use it, if you have magic and wish to use it, if you don't have any of these things, instead go here. Well, we've got a bow. You step back a few paces, take aim with your bow. For someone with your ability, this target would be difficult to miss. But will the arrow strike with enough force to break or dislodge the sphere? Bow Grand Mastery plus Silver Bow equals we can't fail. Your arrow slams into the center of the crystal and cracks it open. There is a flash of sparks, and the shimmering wall of light that imprisons Bane flickers and disappears. You rush forwards and try to revive Bane, but he is deeply unconscious and does not respond. Taking hold of your friend by the arm, you lift him across your shoulders and carefully begin your descent from the platform. Once you are safely at the bottom of the steps, you cast your eyes around the hole for a means of escape. There are only two visible exits: the light-filled doors from which you entered and the tunnel in the north wall. No, let's go back the way we came. As you are ascending the steps towards the curtain of light which hangs before the main entrance, your Kai senses warn you that there is a danger. You halt and listen. At first you hear nothing, and then you detect the sound of marching feet. The sound stops, and moments later you see a curtain of light shimmering. The doors to the hall have been opened. Cursing your luck, you turn and run towards the tunnel as the first few soldiers of a Dracarim patrol come marching through the light curtain into the hall. They command you to halt, but you ignore them and hurry across the tiered hall as fast as you can. Burdened by the weight of your friend, you cannot move as quickly as you might like, and before you reach the mouth of the tunnel, the Dracarim are taking aim with their bows. If you have Hunt Mastery and have bought enough previous books, go here. The sound of arrows whistling towards your back proves to be all the incentive you need to keep running. You bound up the steps, and as the deadly barbed shafts fly past, inches from your back and legs, you run headlong into the tunnel. The dingy passage beyond descends by slope and stair to a rectangular hall lined with ancient stone statues, their features made unrecognizable by the passing of ages. Tar-soaked torches fixed to the two longest walls illuminate the musty chamber with a flickering amber light, and the air is heavy with their oily stench. In the distance you see an archway, and the passage continuing away into darkness. Stay still for a few minutes and try to revive Bane, or don't stop. Let's see if we can heal him. We do have advanced healing. You lower Bane to the floor and make him as comfortable as possible. Then, despite your own fatigue, you use your innate healing in an attempt to revive him to consciousness. His pulse is weak and his skin is cold to the touch. You can tell by his poor physical condition he's been starved and beaten during his imprisonment. Placing your hands upon his brow, you feel some of your body warmth drain away as you concentrate on transmitting your healing powers into your injured friend. Slowly he responds, and although still weak, he manages to open his eyes and communicate with you telepathically. "I know this chamber," he says. "I have been here before. Look at the statue opposite. You will find a lever concealed at its side. It opens a hidden door." Guided by Bane's messages, you discover that there is indeed a lever, just as he has described. You pull it, and a panel in the stone wall glides open to reveal a secret alcove and a flight of steps leading downwards. Noises in the tunnel warn you that the Dracarim are approaching, and so, without hesitation, you shoulder your friend once more and hurry into the alcove to avoid them. Another math puzzle. The panel glides shut behind you and keeps you hidden from the enemy. Through the wall, you hear cries of surprise and some curse when they enter the chamber to discover that you have disappeared into thin air. Mindful that they might find your hiding place, you descend the stairs and arrive at a vault, lavishly equipped with all manner of elaborate laboratory apparatus. Several large tables line one wall, many stained with blood. You sense that Bane is distraught by the sight of these tables, and when you ask him what is wrong, he tells you that this chamber is where they subjected him to hours of brutal interrogation in the futile attempt to extract the magical secrets of the Brotherhood. Despite all their fiendish tortures, he says, his mind voice weak yet full of pride, they learned nothing. You search for a way out of the vault and soon discover a steel door secured by a curious combination lock. It comprises 3 raised blocks, each block subdivided into 4 equal squares. In each square, bar 1, there is a number. You ask Bane if he knows how the lock operates. He says he recalls seeing a Nadzaran tapping the empty square several times in order to make the door open. So the numbers are 2, 3, 5, 6, which then becomes 4, 6, 10, 12. So it looks like they've doubled going from here to here, and here to here they also double. 2, 4, 8, 6, 12, 24, 3, 6, 12, 5, 10, 20. So my mind says this should be 2, 4, 8. Yes, this is correct. Proceed with your quest. On the 8th tap, there is a loud click, and the heavy steel door creaks slowly open. Ahead, you... One sec, sorry. One second, sorry. On the 8th tap, there is a loud click, and the heavy steel door creaks slowly open. Ahead, you see a ramp which slopes down to a junction, where a passage crosses from left to right. You descend the slope, taking care not to graze Bane's back against the ceiling. And when you reach the junction, you ask your friend in which direction he thinks you ought to go. But your question goes unanswered. He has lapsed once more into unconsciousness. You stand at the junction and use your senses in an attempt to choose the safest route. However, you detect nothing that could help or influence your decision. Both seem equally unwelcoming and perilous. Well, let's head to the left. We will use ye old keep the wall on the left technique. The passage runs in an uninterrupted straight line for several hundred yards before arriving at a great circular room constructed of granite blocks. Cold air falls from a dark opening overhead, and dozens of ropes and pulleys extend from this shaft, hanging down to touch the flagstoned floor. A large square door, furnished with brass and iron studs, is situated to your left. Apart from the shaft, it appears to be the only exit. If you have a brass key, turn here. Well, we do. Your senses tell you that you possess the correct key to open the door. Long before you've even approached the door itself, you retrieve the key from your backpack, put it in the lock, twist it confidently. The lock clicks, and you pass through into the chamber beyond. Beyond the door waits a sumptuous chamber dominated by a magnificent fireplace, crafted from blocks of glassy rock. The walls are hung with fine tapestries, looted from the Stormlands during times of war, and you note that the furniture is carved from best Duranese oak. You pass through the chamber into an adjoining passage which leads to a library. As you enter, you disturb a robed creature seated at a lectern. Before it can raise the alarm, you draw your weapon and silence it with a swift blow to the base of its skull. Pulling back its hood reveals it to be a Ligan, a thrall of the Nadziranim sorcerers. Boop. Suddenly you hear movement and glance up to see another Ligan peering over the parapet of a gallery, which encircles the upper level of the library. The creature, having witnessed the slaying of its companion, lets out a horrified squeal and turns to run towards an archway on the far side of the gallery. Determined to prevent his escape, you lower Bane from the floor and rush forwards towards a flight of wooden stairs that leads to the archway. However, as you near the landing at the top of the stairs, 2 more of the creatures appear, wands gripped in their clawed hands. They shout a spell word in the dark tongue, and a crackling curtain of energy flares between the 2 rods, blocking your path. The power wall looks formidable, but you sense at once that it is actually quite weak. If you have magic, do this, or if you choose to... I mean, we sensed at once that it's quite weak. We just run through, right? You charge through the power wall, your senses reel as your body earths the electrical energy. Lose 3 hit points. Despite the pain, you quickly recover and dispatch the 2 wand-wielding Liganim before they too attempt to run from the library. The noise of their dying screams freezes the one that was escaping, dead in his tracks. He spins around, his ugly face transfixed into a mask of sheer terror, as he watches you race towards him, your weapon poised to strike. The sight of which is too much for his weak heart, which ceases to beat moments before you land your blow. We literally frighten our enemy to death. You return to collect Bane. Then, once he is safely across your shoulders, you climb the stairs and hurry through the archway. A tunnel lined with rich wood paneling leads to a chamber, where 8 small passages disappear off in all directions. You scan the exits, and a familiar fear returns to haunt you. A fear that you will never find your way out of Karg alive. Using your healing skills, you try again to revive Bane. You remember once, during a tutorial at the Kai Monastery, that Bane conjured up a vision of the monastery and its surrounding estates. You were able to see yourself in miniature, standing in your chambers as if you were a tiny animated doll in a doll's house. Were he well enough to perform that spell here, you might be able to locate your position and plan the route of escape. Mustering your skills, you place your hands on Bane's chest and transmit your power directly into his heart. Lose 3 hit points. Gradually, Bane stirs to consciousness, and as his strength returns, rekindled by your healing touch, he is able to grant your request. On the floor of the chamber, he calls forth a living 3-dimensional version of Kag. Gradually, this vision expands until you are looking at yourselves kneeling on the floor of the chamber. The vision blurs and fades, but not before you are able to trace the quickest way out of this dreadful place. The passage, which heads due south from this chamber, leads directly to the Zlanbeast pens and landing platforms situated on the exterior wall of the citadel, high above the Great Southern Gate. It is from here that you plan to escape, leaving the citadel by the same way you entered it, the air. Confident that the success of your quest is now within your grasp, you help Bane to his feet and support him as you make your way along the southern passage. With trepidation, you follow the passage, praying all the while that Bane's vision proves correct. At last, your prayers are answered when in the distance you catch the first glimpse of the Zlanbeast pens. You soon arrive at the entrance to the pens where, from the safety of the shadows, you stop to observe the activity taking place. Lining the walls of the chamber, you count more than a dozen cages, each holding a Zlanbeast or several smaller Krad, most of which are feeding, but there are some saddled and ready for flight. One of them is perched nearby on a landing platform, from where it casts its idle gaze upon the city far below. You are contemplating how long it will take you and Bane to reach the platform and climb aboard, when suddenly you notice something strange that arouses your suspicions. There are no handlers or guards on duty. You draw your weapon, holding it in your right hand while supporting your friend with your left. With a nod of your head, you indicate the Zlanbeast that is perched outside on the platform and whisper to Bane that it will soon be your transport out. He nods his approval, and cautiously you take your first few steps into the pen. An unexpected sound makes you look up, and to your horror, you see a weighted net falling from the ceiling, directly onto your heads. Pick a number from the random number table. If you have reached the rank of... If you've bought enough previous books and have Hunt Mastery, add 3. Woo! We roll pretty badly, but not so badly that we fail. We get the exact minimum to not fail. That would probably have been an instant loss. Hastily, you push Bane aside, then dive to avoid the falling net. The sheer speed with which you react saves you from becoming trapped like 2 foxes in a snare. Quickly, you spring to your feet and rush to help your fallen comrade. As you stoop to lift him, you hear a deep voice cursing you quietly from the shadows. You turn to face the voice, weapon in hand, ready to cut them down. But you are shocked to the core when you see who it is that emerges into the grey light of the pen. We meet again, Lone Wolf. The words, full of hatred, are spoken by a tall ancient figure, whose gaunt face is framed by a shock of platinum hair. It is the Archdruid Kadak, ruler of Mogaruth, leader of the Sener Druids of Ruil. "What is your purpose here, Kadak?" you growl in reply, weapon raised in case he or his minions might attempt to rush you. "I rule the city now. After all, is it not fitting that I should inherit the legacy of the Dark Lords?" Kadak's whimsical mood seems to change for the worse, a change that is reflected in his voice. "Your meddlesome intrusions have cost me dearly, Kai Lord. We have a debt to settle, and I intend to make you pay what you owe. I brought you here. It was my purpose. I have no interest in the inferior magic of this fool that you call friend," he says, sneering at Bane, "though I knew he would be bait enough to lure you." Slowly, he steps towards? You should be out from the shadows, and you tense yourself, fearing an imminent attack. "Now you will settle your debt," he says, "once and for all." He snaps his finger, and you hear the creak of a heavy iron door slowly opening. Then a low snorting noise echoes through the pen, stirring the caged Cran and Zlan beast into a frenzy. You steel yourself and cast your eyes around in a desperate attempt to see what it is that is responsible for this sudden uproar. The cause emerges into the light, and your blood runs ice cold in your veins when you look upon its terrible face. Emerging from the shadows with slow, purposeful steps comes a huge rodent-like creature. Its mustard-colored body and its 6 claw-tipped legs are thick and powerful, corded with muscle that ripples as it moves. Its head is monstrous, too large for its skull. The entire bony structure extends beyond the lips and is studded with large, spade-like teeth. It turns its head to look at you with cruel, deep-set eyes, and an eerie cry breaks from its maw. Kadak laughs with undisguised glee, and upon his command, the creature gathers speed and attack. You could use magic, or the other kind of magic, or you could use your bow, or if you choose not to and do other things, we will use our bow. You draw your arrow and let fire at the creature's head, aiming for its eyes, but it twists its powerful neck as the shaft approaches and lodges harmlessly between its teeth. The jaw chomps down, pulping the arrow, which it spits back at you with contempt. Hastily, you drop your bow and draw a hand weapon as the shadow of the beast falls upon you. With a manic cry, the creature lunges at you in an attempt to impale you upon its shovel-like teeth. You sidestep and lash out at its throat before it can dodge your blow. You strike and open a gash in its leathery hide, but it is shallow and does not deter the beast from launching a further attack. Okay. It outskills us, so we're going to have to turn on our extra skills, which is worrying. Critical success. We roll a natural 20 equivalent. One more and then we can turn off the bonus damage. So we stop damaging ourselves. It got us down to about half health. If you are at 12 hit points or more, the end of combat turn here. The Zavagar shrieks in agony and comes crashing to the floor, its limbs flailing and its jaws chattering wildly as it ekes out its last death throes. "No! No! No!" screams Archdruid Kadak, his voice filled with anger and frustration. "It cannot be! It cannot be!" Madly, he rushes across the pen and stares with open-mouthed incredulity at the carcass of the huge, Zavaga, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, you have helped Bane to his feet, and the two of you have begun to hurry towards your means of escape, which is still perched on the landing platform. Suddenly, Kadak recovers from his shock and, seeing the two of you escaping, screams an order to his remaining Dracarim to prevent you from getting away. You reach the winged creature and, using your Magna-Chi skills, subdue it to your command. Arrows and crossbow bolts fly past, dangerously close, fired by the Dracarim that have responded to Kadak's order. You try to ignore these missiles as you mount the Zlan beast and have heave Bane roughly across its scaly neck. With a sharp kick, you urge the Zlan beast into the air and it soars away from the platform. You glance back to see Kadak shaking his fist and screaming vile curses. You laugh at his displeasure, though your laughter chokes in your throat when you notice a battery of heavy bolt throwers lining the battlements above the pens. Manned by GX soldiers, as you fly past them, they discharge a cloud of deadly missiles. Pick a number from the random number table. 6. You push down on the Zlan beast's head and send it into a steep dive, a swift action that saves you from being knocked out of the sky by the cloud of deadly bolts. The streets of Kag come rushing towards you with an unnerving speed, but you control the winged creature skillfully, reining it to level off in time to clear the ramparts of the south gate. As you pass over the gate, you catch sight of something strange yet wondrous to behold. Below you is the south gate of Kag, its surface covered by the hide of Nixator, preserved by the Dark Lords as a trophy of Narl's evil power. Nixator was the first servant of the god Kai to appear on Magnamund, and the form he chose to adopt was that of a great dragon. He was the first recipient of Kai's wisdom, a wisdom he encapsulated in the Lore Stones for the future good of all who would follow the way of the Kai. You stare down at the face of your ancient ancestor and, for a fleeting moment, detect the trace of a smile upon its fossilized lips. Then in the next instant you plunge into a bank of stormy grey cloud. Does he know Zul and Gozar? And the dread city of Kag is lost to view. By the time you find your way back to the Skyrider, the storm has blown itself out, and your return is met with cheers of joyous celebration, for your quest has been a great success. Lord Ramoa is especially pleased, and praises you warmly. Against all odds, he says, his voice filled with pride, you have rescued our friend from the nightmare fortress of Kag, and delivered him safely into the arms of his loyal crew. Congratulations, Grand Master Lone Wolf. You have triumphed once again, proving beyond a doubt that you embody the ideals of the Kai. You have saved your closest friend, Bane, from the clutches of the evil druid Kadak, and confounded his plans. Yet the fight against evil goes ever on. Soon your skills and courage will be tested again, this time in the far distant realm of Magnamund. The nature of the quest and the perils that await you will be found in the next Grand Master adventure entitled The Dark Crusade. Dun dun dun! And we have a book without a death. Although we're already over the ratio, which means that we can't possibly succeed now with less than one death per book. But hey, we're working on trying to make the ratio better. Alright, cheers all. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have enjoyed book, what was it, 14? Yeah, book 14. It only looked like it had 2 instant death things that we saw if you fail badly enough, which is a bit of an improvement from that last one that had like 4 of them in a row, which was just obnoxious and caused us like 10 deaths in one book. Anyway, see you all next time. Okay, for those of you here, both my voice and my mind are a bit tired for more. I had other things to do today. I was helping a grandma-like figure, a family friend, with some computer stuff, which cost me like half the day. But I suppose I could do some Pokemon. Am I ever really too tired for Pokemon? So we'll... done. Well, for the day. Pokemon. IF. Enter the Matrix mod. Can I please get Infinite Fusion on the list of suggested games? There we go. No, not we. Countdown, and then we go up one. Cool. We can close this. We will open Fusion. That one up. Across. Start game. Quickly. If you let that play too long, then copyright police come after you. Oof. Now what are we doing? We just power leveled and beaten Rival because that was really tough. He had that Marill that destroyed us. It had agility and nasty plot, and he would use a super potion. So it would set up and sweep on us. That said, I need to refill my empty drink. So, where is my BRB? There we go. Give me 2 mins to grab a drink, and we'll continue on with this. Hey, Globula. Alright. Cheers all. Okay. I was like, what happened to the music? What happened to the music? Alright, welcome back. Ugh. So we've just beaten Rival. And it's time to clear the bridge itself. Speed up, please. Speed up, please. Now, should we really be further training our Butterfree, or should we not be trying to swap out of Butterfree? We should probably be trying to swap out of Butterfree, realistically. Because it's going to get worse and worse as time goes on. So let's shove it to the back of the list. This is the Porygon line, yes. Yes, bats and cats. We have entered the Matrix. Everything is a Porygon. And we have some unusual rules in that I'm allowed to disassemble and reassemble things in order to evolve my merged mons. Because otherwise there's no way to get enough upgrades and dubious discs to evolve all of our Porygons. So I'm like allowed to catch wild things that are Porygon 2 and Porygon Z, split my existing mon, split the other merged mon, and use that Porygon Z to evolve my evolve something that I have. It will cost me levels, which will be unfortunate and painful, but it's the only solution that I have within my power. I don't have the modding knowledge to control the item randomization in the same sort of way that I can control the Pokemon randomization. Other than that, I've done some homework and looked at some more theming and ideas for the future. I can discuss some of them and get some feedback on what people think. Some of the new ones that I thought of were Know Thyself. So a run where every mon is merged with itself. So we get the Squirtle, we get the Bulbasaur, we get the Lucario. Let's not be confused. Hearts of the Pure. The Pure of Heart. A run where it only has mons that have a single type. Yeah, no one really does self-fused. So like, to be allowed in for the Heart of the Pure, or the Pure of Heart run, the whole evolutionary line, including branches, has to be single type. For example, Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise, all pure water, allowed. Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur, no, they're part poison, they get banned. And the branching things, so like Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Politoed, all pure water, but Poliwhirl, water fighting, therefore disallowed. Was one idea. All pure single type mons, which is fairly small in the number of it's still a fairly large number of mons. Admittedly, most mons in the game are dual type, but it's like considerably larger than, say, the evolution run we did, which was still had plenty of variety. another idea was to fly, the dream of man and flightless bird alike. All the Pokemon that are allowed have to have wings. So Doduo? Nah. There's no wings on Doduo, sorry. The sprite says no. Dunsparce? Dunsparce is allowed. Piplup? Piplup allowed. I quite like that idea. And we have two sort of pun-related ones. The right to bear arms. All the Pokemon that have sort of guns or weapons. So like Blastoise, it's got its shoulder cannons. Genesect has a back-mounted cannon. Magmortar has its, like, arm Mega Man / Astro Boy blasters. Scyther has knives for hands, so does Pawniard. And similarly, the right to bear arms, where all the Pokemon are all the bear Pokemon. So, like, Snorlax and Ursaring and whatnot. So I came up with some more ideas for homework whilst I have had the break between yesterday and today. We need some anti-poisons, some antidotes. I like 5 and 5. I can't afford 5, but we'll afford 4. We'll see if we're allowed to sell anything. We could sell the drugs. The drugs sell for a good price. Nope, not allowed to sell any of the battle items. That was barely enough for another antidote. But it does bring my antidotes up to the magic number 5 that I wanted. Bit of a slap, right? Salmon feeders. It is lovely now that we have the ability to heal. Don't need to visit the Pokemon Center anywhere near as much now that we can just recover our way to health. Love the surprises you get with the Feebas. Sunkern. Right next to the Sunkern to heal up. Around. Hiker destroyed. Icy Rock. This kid. Hoot Hoot. Shockwave. Made sad owl noises. Now sad seahorse noises. Polycurn. Round. Although now Solar is far enough ahead of everyone else that we should probably swap back to train the rest. Hit punt properly. A lot of them are lovely. Fire spin. Side beam. Round. Being burnt sucks. Come on, Toy. Water's too slow. We'll go with the Gyarados. You think that it's why you started watching it in the first place? Round. Solar, get out the front. Go Polydose. Actually, we should put Dragonack out front. He needs the levels more than anyone else. Sandigom? It's a pile of sand with a floppy disk. Well, double beam. Good job, Dragon. Normal? No, you count as Ghost. Okay. So Ghost normal. The only thing that hurts you is Dark. Thankfully, Poryful has Brutal Swing. No? Oh, it's Ghost. Not Dark. Normal Ghost. Should that still be weak to Dark? Pokemon dual type chart. Or it might be Bug. Maybe it's being Bug. We can test if it's being Bug. Do we have Rock? We do not have Rock. We have Gust, though. Gust will test for Bug. Okay, it's Bug. Oh my god, we copied Wonder Guard and now it's copied our copied Wonder Guard. It looks like it's ice, so fighting. Which is Dragonack. Victory. That had the potential of becoming really, really challenging to kill if they kept copying Wonder Guard. Dragonack, good enough. We'll go with Stuffle. Round. 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 Nice, it was a bit mean. Done. Power Lens, what are the hidden items? Hyper Die hit. And a berry. Bill merges himself with a Pokemon. Will you help me? Yes. Please go press the computer. Thank you. Here, have the ticket for the boat. Dragon dies of its poison because I'm not wasting a I'm not wasting an antidote. Stuffle. Can you heal? Cute little digital axolotl. Round. Round. Time to beat Misty. Dragon. Well, Stuffle is well positioned against Dragon. We at least won't be Dragon Raged with Stuffle. Sorry? Oh, I have to swap... Well, that's my bad. We won't be Dragon Raged, he says. He's immediately Dragon Raged. And for the duration of this gym, we will swap these around. I think they were much more hideous this way, which is why we flipped them. Yeah, they're super ugly this way, whereas they're actually kind of cute the other way around. Oh, but you didn't become fairy. Wait, is Stuffle not fairy until it gets big? I thought Stuffle was always fairy. No, you're normal fighting. Why did I think you were fairy then? I suppose because you just look very fairy. Well, sucks to be me. Good, then I can flip you back to your pretty form. I don't have to feel bad. That means we have no immunity. Well, we've got Dr. Dragon. You take the lead then. Good, he almost punched himself to death. Heal up. Misty time. Who will be our second one? Probably Toridos. Have I come across any of the self-fusions? Porygons? I have not. I have not looked at... We haven't come across a Porygon by a Porygon yet. I didn't look at it when looking at the, to thy own self be true concept. Flinches us. Round. Ah, we're quicker than you, sucks to be you. Did we actually get given Scald? No. Maybe... no, we already had Shockwave, right? Yeah. Although it's tempting to get rid of Ingrain. Maybe we got given Calm Mind? And there are worse things than turning into a special stat upper. Like, between Calm Mind and Recover, we can very potentially try and set up on special attack Pokemon. Yeah, I think I get rid of Psybeam and we look at maybe turning Solar into a stat upper. Do we do the same to Decoy? How tanky is Decoy? So Solar has 42, 29, 70. Say. Decoy is a better person to do it to, so we'll do it to Decoy as well. I can always teach them Shockwave again. It's not a big loss to give this a go. Okay, we can go give you your love letter and complete that quest. Tail is better than Bubble Beam. Okay. Here, have your love letter. It's adorable. Give my return mail to the boy. Which we do. I'm so happy. Here, have these love balls. Thank you. We'll be married in no time, and I'll make sure to invite you to our wedding. He moves quick, does this kid. Barely had the courage to give her a love letter. Not even in person. Just thinking about his marriage. Twins? Yeah, we want Decoy to level up as well, so sure. Dagon has no face. He has no face, but he must scream. Cubone Porygon. He turns into a cute Minecraft dragon. Twins are a little creepy. Okay, there's one of them gone. I'd like you to use Recover, actually. You can use Round. Mistake. Oh, it was the wrong mob. Okay, these two. Yes, this is code? I don't get this. Is this meant to be a joke? Is this some famous art piece that I'm showing my ignorance of? Round. 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 Please don't be paralyzed. Last fight before we gain access to healing. Aquatail. 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 Round is no longer a potentially used thing. Back to Aquatail. 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 You no longer have PP for Aquatail. Well, we'll find out if you're... No, you are a ghost. Rip. Be a jerk and abuse him back. Brutal thing. Magnet Rise, no thank you. Success and heal. Go get the crappy rod. Go get the bicycle ticket. Good. Go get the replacement pickaxe. Well, the replacement for Rock Smash. Nearly there. Two more. Please don't punch yourself, Dragon. Thank you. Punch the opponents. Okay, pickaxe got. New quests. Quests are fetch guy Crabby Legs. Collect Volt Orbs. And put them in the lighthouse. And show me a fire water type, which we can do. Which is never getting done. Clear all these trainers? Well, actually, says Raltscom. Fight a wild one just so that we can heal up. 6 more trainers. Less than I imagined. Ratmon is very good. Okay, Dragon is now kind of getting to the level where we need to swap them out from being in first place, because they're not really getting levels as effectively due to the extreme difference in level anymore. So Decoy, get in front. Yes please, yes please. Fight some wild, damn it. Something to heal up. Fail to. That thing probably can't do very much. Trade into Gyarados, I guess. It's a very fast leap. Eventually it stops using Recover. Oh, that thing is terrifying. Bite. Round. Very good. Money. That's what heal up. Last one. That's on to the SSN. Oregon Jr. is a dunce. Let's try our new card here. Seems to have worked. He's soundproof, Psybeam. Carmine. Here. Now outside it can kill. Fat Seal Porygon. Okay. SSN. Yes, I have a ticket. You may look at the ticket. What if someone tried to shiny hunt and have a living shiny dex? There are no shinies for the fusions, as far as I'm aware. We need to turn the game speed back down, because otherwise this becomes impossible. Impossible for Old Man Blobber's reaction speeds. Success. you. No one can learn Crabhammer. Help more people. I will reluctantly accept. That would be a forever task. It would be a forever task. Heal up. And visit Cat Dog Man. One fine day with a woof and a purr, a baby was born and it caused a little stir. No blue buzzard, no three-eyed frog, was a canine feline little cat dog. Round. Please don't punch yourself, boy. No Magna Rice. Leech Seeds? We already got rid of Leech Seeds, so no. Killed. Don't. Fresh water. We make up for the water we spent healing. I like Cat Dog. Cat Dog's the best show. Don't mind. Cover. Killing. Boy, begin your sweep. Very well done. It's less plausible to set up sweeps like that. Happy looks quite good. And so does the bunny rabbit. Oh no, it's a big doof. It's not bunny rabbit. Round. Smash the second one. Round that one. Rock smash the other one. Go Stuffle. Round that one. Rock smash the other one. Payback? I mean, Payback is conditionally better, so am I willing to give up 1/6 of the power for sometimes being like doubly as strong? I guess yes. Heal. Minus 60% power. Oh, sorry. It's like 12%? 18%? What's 1/6? It's like 18, isn't it? 16%. 16% less power most of the time to be like double the power sometimes. Seems like a fair trade. Decoy fixes his confusion and clears the enemy. Sweep, sweep, sweep. But what if we did a Southern Lights run with the Stegosauruses? Yeah, there are Southern Lights. Your partner is at the Southern Pole. Holy moly. Yes. If you are far enough south of Tasmania here, you can see it. In the best of times. Supposedly. Island. But you're generally better off to go to New Zealand if you want to see them. Australia here. Item. EXP share. Absolutely fantastic. Poridos, get out front. Hail, Parabola. And as for the Stegosaurus run, we kind of saw a fair bit of those when we were doing our Jurassic Park themed one, Bats and Cats, where we had all of the dinosaurs and fossils and ancient mons. So I, at least for the moment, feel like there are other more different ideas to explore. Maybe eventually. Shockwave, that gonna be Poridos. You need to recover. He can rock smash fire. Poridos insists on suicide. Sure. Play rough. Now that we have Rock Smash thing, well, the thing is, this is more powerful, but this basically gets This basically gets super effective like 99% of the time on our opponents, because everything is normal. You found me off. Yeah. Don't stress. We're trying to make a good suggestion. I welcome the suggestions, just not so soon and so close as to our Jurassic Park. Okay, so Play Rough is essentially Fairy Aquatail, but with a bonus special effect. We get Stab, we get the bonus special effect. It seems strictly better. Shockwave you. Around the Bunny Wabbit. Him. Recover you. Oh no, he still gets to use Recover. Excellent. Shockwave. Let's test out our new move. Lovely. And let's name our Poridos. Parabola. 13? No, 01. Why do I think it was 13? Anyway. Terrain Extender. Parabolos. Heal. Go beat Fossil Man. Get our new fossil. This guy can be good to grind against. And it even looks like that might be so. He is noticeably higher level. And we have several mons that get super effective shockwaves against him. I could be convinced to potentially do some grinding there. certainly better than this one. Well, actually, that thing gives more experience. This guy normally has the super fantastic magic tentacle cover. Corridile looks absolutely great. Do not loot this stuff. Round. Stay in. Shockwave. Get the quest item. Why didn't we remove round? Because it's stab. Right, Porygon is more special attacker than physical. Although you can barely tell from any of these except from Butterfree. Almost everyone is about even. Everyone else is essentially even. The Gyarados is slightly better attack than special. But round is a reasonably powerful stab normal special attack. Like, eventually we'll get Tri-Beam, but for now, round is actually pretty good. And in doubles it gets that little bit more useful. Like, I'm not claiming it's an amazing move, but it is solid enough. Solid enough special stab. Oh my god, it has recovery. Okay, what about we bite you to death then? No rematch against your stupid healing thing. Did you think round was like, roll out? Or what's the bug one? Fury Cut or something? We've killed everyone, so it's rival fight time. Who needs the levels the most? That would be Stuffle. Bonjour, Boba. Disgusting. This way quicker. Go, Dr. Dragon. Pokemon used it, as long as they... yeah. Ow. Round. Okay. Stay in. Psyduck gone. Bite. Bite. And then more starter. Very good. Go get cut. We want to go get our replacement cut. We don't actually have to have anything knowing cut for very long. Please let me out the door. Thank you. Boo briefly learns cut, so we can then immediately get rid of cut again. No choice, only Decoy. We will get rid of Carmine because we can teach Carmine again via TM. Everything else would cost money to get back. A little bit ironic that as a tree he's cutting down other trees. Especially as a ghost tree. Be only one tree. Get our lemonade, get our shears. Unteach. So what do you want? We want to give you Carmine again. Say goodbye, Cut. Okay. Then Pokemon Center and see if we can get Surge. We're healed enough that we can probably beat up Surge's minions. And wait until we've defeated his minions to visit the Pokemon Center. Up. Portly. A little bit tubby. It's portly. Looks like this is a normal gym. So he can essentially use whatever he wants. Because everything is part normal just by being Porygon. Digital Spider. It might be poison, it might be poison. Maybe it was the poison part of Ghastly rather than the normal part of Ghastly. We are getting an awful lot of things that have type that's potentially poison. Okay, that was everyone, but first we should actually do the bins, because these can spawn Pokemon. with us today. Try right. Fail. Try left. Fail. Okay, try right. Fail. In this case, I should go to a bloody casino today and bet on whatever the opposite of what I want to bet is. Almost impressively anti-luck. Go down. Nope. I'll go right. Nope. Literal pile of garbage mon. I'm not interested in you. Please just die. Try right. Finally success. Heal up. And come back for search. Who do we want? I mean, we obviously want Graveler, Dragonek, and Salar. Good. Round. 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 Good. Ice Fang? No, it's worse than Bite. You like the pixely wing effect? Round. 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 It would have been victory if it didn't potion, so we will recover. And then go back to round. Victory. Give me my badge. Supposedly U-turn. Let's see if that's actually true. Nope, it wasn't U-turn. I think that was toxic. We get our teleporter. And a fossil. We should go get one of our fossils deposited. Round. Round. Worry that this isn't going to kill. But it does. Sludgadon is a cube. Recover. Oh, it's meant to be a cube of lava. It's meant to be a Minecraft lava cube. Round. Round. Very good. I forgot to talk to you and get the flute. Not that it's something that we ever use. The evolution gets nether portal. Okay. There's none of those to do. We don't want to do Team Rocket stuff. Work our way up to here. Free raid? It's a barcode scanner? Shockwave. Shockwave. Shockwave is less effective against you. Round. I'm surprised that after using agility it was still slower. Round. Our cute little teddy bear is crushing all opponents. Shockwave. Fog. Little crocodile, punch him. Punch him in the face. This person, maybe one more and then go heal. We'll see. Rabble up. Round. Round. Stay in. Get one more level. Good work, Rabble up. Go heal. Max Revive is certainly nice. Not going to complain about more Max Revives. Swap out. What do I care if you're confused? Oh my god. Paralysis. Confusion. Solar. Change to Parabola. Round. Okay, good. Rock. Horidoof. Round. Round. Double hunts. Round. This? This. I don't get it. I feel stupid. I don't get it. Maybe the next evolution says a different word. punch. Continue punching. Won't stop punching. Play rough. Two more trainers, then we get to check out what's inside the power plant and the grass outside the power plant. Porygon Smeargle appears to be smoking. And he has interesting eyes. I'm going to turn this into a special defense war. Oh, it's meant to be the Gimp Cat? Okay. So for those that don't know, GIMP is a, it's like Microsoft Paint. Or like free Photoshop. Nope, not interested in Magikarps. Two more before we say there doesn't seem to be anything worth catching here. Just didn't think of it either. Okay, you failed me, Grass. What about inside? There we go. That would let us evolve some of our plain old Porygon ones into Porygon 2 ones. So I should try to not kill it. Instead catch it. Oh, bugger. Too much damage. This one's a higher level, so it should live where the other one died, perhaps. Yes, very much so. So now it looks like 3. There we go. Okay, how many do I want to evolve? It was created by humans using the power of science. When it is startled, it discharges power accidentally. It gets better at holding power as it grows older. So how many do I need to evolve? We need to evolve. You're already a Porygon 2. Why do we need Fodder? Because there's no way Decoy... These Porygons level up by holding an item. And because of the randomizer, I mean, even if we didn't have the randomizer, we'd only get one copy of the item in the game. But with the randomizer on, we probably won't even get that one copy of the item. So we have some adjusted rules for this run where I'm allowed to split things up and then recombine them in order to evolve my Pokemon. So for example, Dr. Dragonite here is a Porygon base with an Azumarill. I'm allowed to break him in half and combine him with the Porygon 2, the next evolution that we just caught that's part Pikachu, to evolve him. It's going to cost a whole lot of levels, so it's actually kind of detrimental to me to be doing this. It's going to, yeah, cost me a fair bit of experience and levels, but what you're going to do. The ideal solution would be to be able to understand the item randomizer enough that I can control what items randomize into what, and then I could have... Well, if that was possible to do, or I knew how to do it, probably is possible. I'm just too stupid and don't know. We could, like, then potentially make berry, one of the berries, the thing. Or yeah, make it in the shops or something. That would work too. One, two, three, four. I need at least 4 of those Pikachus. To fuel my evolution desires. Seeing as someone suggested that they're effectively fodder. Praise the Helix. 2 more. Come on, give me the Porygon 2 ones again. Yeah, thank you. Good. One more. That one's also a Porygon too, so you're acceptable fodder as well. Hatney is a bit of a jerk to catch. There we go. Okay, and that's enough fodder to beat our evolution needs. And what I need to do is have the money to go buy a whole bunch of decombiners and recombiners. Ooh, I think we have our winner for who is probably replacing the Butterfree. Metagross is fantastic if it doesn't look like garbage. Yeah, it doesn't look that good. What if we keep you as a Porygon 2? Does Porygon 2 Metagross look better? No, that looks even worse. Okay, then no, you're too ugly to deserve to live. Unless plain old Porygon. good. And that's the worst of them all. Just die. Okay. This, something like 20 of them. Go back up to like 10 of you. We could use some fusion balls. There, that should keep us good for a while. Some escape ropes. And we begin the great recombining. Oh, level 4 is gonna... Ah, level 15 is not so bad. Unfuse, do, yes, go. Unfuse, yes, level, go. Unfuse, yes, level, go. And unfuse, yes, go. Now, you need it done. Okay, now we refuse you with one of the new evolved forms. That one. Okay, and let's look at the other way around, because maybe it's less hideous. Azure... Well, please. Really? No, they're both pretty hideous. You can stay like that. I prefer fairy typing on you. Huge power, don't mind if I do. And attack stat up. Combine. Tackle is better than helping hand. Conversion is not better than anything. Psybeam is better than defense curl. You are part of the team. Next. Solar. Do you look better when evolved? Shuppet. Oh god, that is a bit of an unfortunate, hey Baron, evolution for Solar. But I guess we're going with it. Yeah, it gets worse, Baron. It gets worse before it gets better. No, before it was all angular. Now it looks smooth. Okay, let's save that. And update Solar's image, 223 by 405. Come on. That one, good. Insomnia or download? Probably download. And definitely not down special attack. Tackle is better than Spite. Conversion is not better than anything. Defense curl is not better than anything. Psybeam is better than Tackle. So who have we fixed? We've fixed Solar, and we fixed... Oriel. Azure. Laurel. I'm sorry, what? Oh, wrong one. Middle Porygon. Marill. Save image as do 2331 something. Done. Okay, that's Solar up to date. Decoy, how bad do you look if we evolve you? You don't look that bad. Yeah, the sooner we evolve you, the sooner we can evolve you again. Oh, you're the adult one. You still look great. Well, you still look okay. Fuse with one of the smooth ones. The more highly leveled one. Become a digital bonsai. Deadly curse falls upon anyone cutting down trees where this dwells. Frisk? No. Trace? Sure. Plus speed minus special defense? No. Neutral. Fine. Confuse Ray is not better than anything. Astonish is better than Conversion. Growth is better than Defense Curl. Ingrain is better than Growth. Get rid of you. And draw Decoy. Rename him, because his name fell off when we unfused him. Now, is Parabola a basic one as well? Yeah, but evolved Gyarados looks so bad. And what about fully evolved Gyarados? No, you already fully evolved Gyarados. Okay, good for you. You've achieved your final form, Parabola. We don't have to worry about you. We're not doing Butterfree. That one's done, that one's done, that one's done. That one's done. So until we get some Porygon Zs, we are set again. What I should do, though, is remerge the rest of the other things in the box so that I am not breaking theme about everything is a Porygon. water. And you. And last one. You're a spare in case I need to involve something else in the future. In theory, it's inside that at the moment. Let's just pretend that it is. Okay. We need to rename Salar because his name fell off. And we need to rename Dr. Dragon. Because his name fell off. And the only thing we have that doesn't have a name is you and the Butterfree. We're trying to get rid of the Butterfree. Heal up. Reteach the moves that have fallen off. So Salar needs Calm Mind. Will-O-Wisp. So does Decoy. Decoy needs Calm Mind. For the moment, where is Shockwave? Decoy, until you get a real move back. It's better than Astonish. Same for Salar. It's better than Shadow Sneak. They have to relearn Recover at level 18. They de-leveled from out evolving them. To help them do that, let's give them the EXP share. Salar, get you back to full level soon. And I think that's it. Maybe give those two round, and then we're done with team management for the moment. Round is still at a higher level. Or maybe it's a TM and I forgot. Yes, okay. Then I don't need to wait. Salar, you may have round instead of Nightshade. Decoy, you may have round instead of Tackle. And Dr. Abel, you may have... You like a lot of the corrupted sprites of Porygon Z, Tackle. Team management complete for the moment. What do you want? You want me to have merged more crap, don't you? She gives us another EXP share. Fantastic. That lets us fix Decoy. Is that everyone? Yes, overlay is up to date fully. Good, 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 good. Someone is going to need to briefly learn Flash. We're in here. At the moment that can be Decoy instead of Shockwave. We get rid of it after this location. Flash. Very annoying. Go Graveler. Round. Stay. Round. Round. immediately go heal. Stupid bastard enemy. So I shouldn't complain. If I'm abusing recover, it's fair for the opponents to do so as well. Caffey antivirus. Sure thing. Oriful is evolving. Look at how cute it is now. Remember, chat, you could be this. The name is unnamed. Stuffle has become Porryware. 233 by 452. Fantastic. Except that you're a little bit too big. Become slightly smaller. There we go. Good enough. No, you could be this karaoke bear. It has been given artificial intelligence that enables it to learn new gestures and emotions. It waves its hands wildly in intimidation and warning. Don't learn bind. Let's check your new stats. You gained a fair bit of health. A fair bit of defense and special defense, I think. Yeah, everything except speed, I think, went up markedly. It's just darling. Well, bats and cats. There's a nickname available. So we fight a wild Pokemon just so that we can heal. Bats. It will be done once the fight's over, Bats. You are cute. Are you the cutest on the team? I would even argue you're the cutest on the team. Now there's an egg over here. We want this egg because there's a girl in the next, well, not the next city, but the city after that, that has a quest to give me an egg. Doesn't look like it has an attack, though. Should have used recover. Whatever. Oh, you're a ghost. Well, payback. Unfortunately, payback is doing less because bats and cats is bad at the moment. Decoy is learning recover again. I will actually get rid of Flash. You know what? We're going to use the old Gateau to unburn bats and cats. And we'll use water. Your pirate hat is redeemed now that you have a little top hat. That is nowhere near enough damage. Oh well, round. Bats and cats can be sacrificed. Graveler. Right. Right. Solari learns recover. Goodbye, Psybeam. I should have let that fight trigger recover rather than killing it straight away. Like that. Pink Zubat. Should win. Or if it uses the wrong move, both work. Cover. Shockwave kill. Signal Beam? Absolutely not. Well, it's nominally stronger than Bite. Has approximately the same coverage. No, but that also hits ghosts. But every ghost is going to be normal type, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, you know what? We're actually going to get rid of Bite. You will protect. This guy, then go up the ladder, get the TM, come back. Because we've gone in and out of the ladder, the guy will move out the way. Feint attack? No. So get the TM. Dazzling Gleam. Can the bear learn that? The bear might be able to learn that. No. Solar can. It's more powerful than Shockwave. Sure. Solar wants Feint attack? Absolutely not. You've come a long way, but it's still a long way until the end of the tunnel. that was Porygon Z, Porygon 1. Hits 20 again. It's a pile of disembodied Porygon heads. Starting to run out of round EP, so we'll start using our secondary attack. That's the situation we want to use round. Go get the Doublade. It's dangerous, you should take this. Given a Rattata. I can actually catch this because it's a Porygon Z and it would let us evolve someone else. Except that it dies. Keep Aquatail away. Someone needs to learn Flash again. Goodbye round. We'll teach you round again once we're through the rock tunnel. Sorry, murdering you is no longer worth the PB. These we don't mind killing to get Porygon Zs. Perfect. One. How many more do we need? Nominally 5 more. See if we can get them. Doesn't look like it has an attack. This one, and then the girl, and we're out. If I'm going correctly. Very last attack for Parabola. Parabola runs out of attacks. So here's another Porygon Z to use for evolving. Fair enough, I'm justly punished. Oh, Decoy does way too much damage. Free won't kill? That's gonna have to do, I don't want to kill it by accident. Okay, 2. You've almost made it out. I'll teach you a thing or two about battling before the exit. Literal last attack here. Yep, let's just recover until struggle time. Solar. Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleam. Solar for your service. Boy. Psybeam. Psybeam. No Magnet Rise. Leech Seed. Horrible, horrible freedom. Horrible, horrible freedom. Okay, some more team management after healing. So, who is eligible to evolve and who looks better if they evolve? Does bats and cats suddenly look shitty if we evolve them? Yes. Yes, you do. So you may stay in your current form, bats and cats. What about Solar? It definitely looks better, so we will swap Solar. Where's our highest level one of these? Unmerge you. merge you with... Except I have to unmerge Salar, actually. Now merge Salar with that one. Ta-da, Salar has evolved. What? 275 dot 4. There we go. There is Salar's final form. It roams about deep in the night, seeking negative emotions. It began acting oddly. Download. Neutral. Well, actually, he's a special attacker, so I'm okay with losing attack for defense. No, those moves are better. I'll accept Nasty Plot instead of Will-O-Wisp. Psybeam is better than Shadow. Agility is not better than anything. Get back on the team, Salar. We need to rename you again. Very good. Next. That thing, Azurill. Do you look more ugly once you evolve? No, I think you look kind of better. So we'll do Dr. Dragon. Find the parts for Dr. Dragon. Go. That way round. Two 7.5, 1.4. Done. Lived in water virtually all day long. It began acting oddly. Huge power, yes. I guess you're gonna lose defense. Well, I'll lose special defense and just be a physical attacker. Tackle is better than Bubble. Conversion is not better than anything. Nasty Plot is not better than anything. Psybeam is not better than anything. Actually, even with... Well, the thing is that huge power doubles your attack. So even though it says 24, your power is effectively 48, which is better than your special. So Decoy is good, that one is good, that one is good. Bats and Cats is better as they are. We still need to get rid of that at some stage, but we don't have a good replacement at the moment. Horrible, horrible freedom for you. And you. I only just noticed that it had an Oval Stone. Could have kept it and made a Blissey. How does Blissey look? I mean, Blissey's a bit meme. Where did the EXP share go? It just disappeared? Oh, one of the EXP shares has disappeared. Maybe it's in the bag? Yes, okay, good. So we could potentially reteach Solar something. Solar needs Round and Calm Mind. Okay, and recover. And then your other attack, Solar, can be what? Zap Cannon? No, none of them. Dazzling Gleam for the moment. Check that. So, you're correct. You're correct. You're correct, but we're trying to get rid of you. You aren't correct. You are correct. Although maybe get rid of Psybeam. For a grass move if we could. And you're correct. Nope, you don't have any physical moves at the moment. Sucks. What other physical moves could we teach you from here? Not that one. Cut? Nope. Rock Smash. It is better than Defense Curl. Struggle Bug. Explosion? Not Fling. Nothing else we have is a physical move, so that's as good as life gets for this at the moment. Deploy. You don't need the EXP share as much as Solar does. Gotta go win the rival fight to trigger rival to move to Celadon. Stab explosion off of huge power? Yeah. Normally I wouldn't accept explosion, but that was tempting enough to attract me at least worth looking at whether it's a thing. Is that Entei? It might be Entei. Yes, swap out Graveler because you can't confused. Go decoy. Begin setting up. Don't get too greedy. More. Okay, decoy is max stats. Cover. And decoy sweep. Decoy sweep. Decoy sweep. Good work, decoy. No hex. Okay, Team Rocket, start bullying Mr. Fuji. We need to go get the Sylph Scope. Rival tells us so. Go to Celadon and get it. There is a TM over here that we shouldn't forget to get. As well as there's some people out here to train against. We need to heal up first. Guard. So it could be Ghost, in which case payback will work. No. It could be Bug, in which case Rollout would work. It does not. So it's presumably the Ghost half then. So the only thing that should work is Dark, which is you with Bite. We don't have Bite. We can't hurt this then. Well, maybe payback. I'll have to burn a revive. It's a max revive. Well, if it's the only one we've got. That hurts my soul a bit, but it'll be done. It worked. Can't complain about the results. It did work. That thing's haunting. Ha 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 ha. It's a haunter. It's haunting. Heal up. Again. Lovely. Round. Lovely. We've cleared this area as far as we can go until we can get rid of the Snorlax. Six choice specs. More than we'll ever need. Bats and Cats is actually starting to get too far ahead of everyone else in terms of leveling. So we should move them out of the front of the team. Salah. Then Decoy. Then Porirel. Then Bats and Cats. Then Parabola. And finally the Butterfree that we're trying to get rid of. Please be quicker than this. Lovely. Round and win. Works a lot. Killing enemies that have superior levels on you. Multiple in a row. Absolutely fantastic work, Salah. You are supposed to be named Dr. Dragon. Cover. Goodbye, Bubble Beam. Ow. Grappler is the best bet against this enemy. It does make me sad that we have to immediately go heal again. Okay, the twins. Oh, it's a ghost coming out of the computer. Round the Sunkern, round the Sunkern. Dazzling Gleam the ghost. Psybeam the ghost. Up. Sorry, dude. Come on. Doesn't look like it's got real attacks. Round. Works a lot. Mind. Cover. Sweep. Absolutely fantastic work, doing curse. Full team sweeps. go, Dr. Dragon. Use... Oh, this one doesn't have one to go. Well, it's still there. Go Solar. It's a teeny, tiny one? Probably Goldberg. Must be a tiny spider. Okay, if you're gonna do that, then I should stand up. More. Max stats. Recover. Dazzling. Dazzling. Dazzling Gleam. Salon sweeps. Last guy, then we go heal. We beat up the last 4 people. Good for you. Go deploy. Actually, this looks like a situation we might be able to outlined. Bug move, but it was hiding. Kind of better than Payback, but Payback is too useful for killing that Shed Ninja Porygon. I need to keep that move. Else we can get completely 100% walled and have to kill it with struggle, which is not really acceptable. Round shouldn't be damage than I would have thought. I should see what mons are available here. We do want to replace the Butterfree. Rhyhorn? How does Rhyhorn eventually look? Rhydon looks stupid. What about Rhyperior? Rhyperior also looks... Well, one of them looks okay and the other one looks bad. That's a no to you. Golbat. Crobat. Crobat. Yeah, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look terrible. I'll say no to that. Options open for something better. Ariados. That's a no. Okay, so this area doesn't have any monsters we want then. dragon. Can you steal that experience? Nope, because you missed. Oh, that's your fault, dragon. Had one job. 90% chance to hit, and you missed. Okay, decoy should be good to sweep. Good. Last one. Two stand-ups, now we are fighting. Please stop doing self-decoy. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Okay. Come on, let me through. Okay, heal. Get the new quests. Actually, I should go get the egg, so we can complete the egg quest immediately. Here, you want an egg. Feast upon this egg. You want me to have an Eevee. Is that enough new quest for you to be happy? Amulet coin. It doesn't hurt. We'll put that on Parabola. Okay, do we have anyone that evolves via stone in any way? Nope, nope. 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 Replacement maybe, and nope. We don't need to buy any stones. How much money do we have? Not that much. Gary beats up Team Rocket. Then, well, Gary Jerkface beats up Team Rocket. And then Erica shows up and says, let's go get them. And save. And I am happy to call that for this next session. We got all the way from pre-Misty, we did Misty, we did Surge, and we're up to this lovely grind location. For those of you here live, Who, if anyone, can we throw you along to? Is there anyone else playing Infinite Fusion? Maybe, maybe. Because it is Blobber bedtime. Let's see. Someone's yes but no, someone else is yes but no, someone is in French. Maybe that one? No, that's also French. There's two in French. I'm gonna have to leave you to find your own way on the world, I think. Cheers all. Thank you for joining. I hope you've had a lovely time. I have, and look forward to continuing this tomorrow. Peace. Well, tomorrow. Tomorrow, for maybe you guys. It will be today for me because it's already past midnight.